Ja. Welcome to the GXFS 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Berlin, to Germany, to all our visitors here in Villa Elisabeth and out there watching the live stream. We are looking forward to sharing 2 days of inspiring keynotes and deep diving discussions about Gaia-X Federation services with you. We want to learn about solutions based on GXFS, that are already running, that are already working, and we want to enable you to use these or find new solutions that can boost the European digital economy. Nothing less than that, Andreas, right? Please give a hand for Andreas Weiss, representing your host, the ECHO Association of the Internet Industry. Andreas, you are the GXFS project lead at ECHO and have been involved with Gaia-X from day one. You are very experienced in hopping and hosting conferences like these, not only to mention the successful conference, the last Connect in 2022. So what are you hoping for today, or what are you expecting?
Well, first of all, thank you everybody who's joining our conference here. It's so good to see you again in person, and I think this is my key objective. Let's try to network, because my biggest wish is that we embrace the community for the uptake of GXFS, of federated data ecosystems, that we try to build something tangible. And in this sense, yeah, we have the hackathon down there, the workshop. We have people who are beside us trying to code right now at the moment. We have you here with all your experience about the real life world, and what is the sense of this in concept in general, and therefore we are very grateful to have you here, and we will have 2 exciting days.
And we are embracing everybody by hosting this conference in English. That's a big difference from last year, and we'd like to know, where are you coming from? We prepared a little Slido. So there's a QR code coming up. Just scan it and enter your answer. And I want to ask all these not coming from Germany first to enter their country and where are you coming from. And you can also go to slido.com and enter the code 2878981 if that doesn't work with the QR code. And there's a cloud coming up now where we can see where you are coming from. For the Germans, don't worry, I asked you to clap your hands afterwards, so you're going to get your chance as well. Okay, yeah, Spain, Austria, Netherlands. Do you know where these people are coming from? Did you know it in advance?
Nuremberg is another country here. It's new for me, okay. Yeah, I think we have seen most of them already to the bunch of video conferences we had, also previous events. Oh, cool.
Very nice. So
cool. Bayern, of course, Bayern. This is a typical bias here.
And it's not only from the European Union, so that's quite nice as well, that you're coming from abroad and have a wider journey. And now I'd like to welcome all of you with an applause from the Germans. Welcome to everybody coming from abroad. Please give a hand so that we can hear. That's great. And your networking is one of the main conference goals, and that's why we have enough recreation time and a networking evening planned. I'll mention that later. But we also want to inform and entertain you with 9 panel discussions. We planned several keynotes and 4 project pitches of GXFS-based solutions this afternoon. And by the way, for the ones who are interested in diving deep into tech right now, you already mentioned that. There's a tech workshop, the tech workshop number 3, going on, taking place downstairs right next to the entrance until tomorrow 4 p.m. So if you want to join that, feel free to leave us, even if I'm sad if you leave us. Andreas, what exactly will be done in that tech workshop?
Well, when we discussed these so-called federation services, we identified 4 key areas to be addressed. One is how to deal with identity and trust, how to deal with catalog services to promote service descriptions and to get hold of all these assets, and then how to deal with negotiation to use services, especially when it comes to data, and compliance questions. And we are focusing now on these first 2 pillars, identity, services, and catalog services. And therefore, we educate the workshop participants right now, and in a few days they will educate us how to do it. So this is how it works. And I think this is really, when we want to bring this idea into operation, we need these guys who are really coding the stuff, who are providing the functionality, and who are committed to move forward on this journey.
And that should not only be a buzzword on this conference. Participation is one of the key words. We'll refer to that one, I think, during the 2 days. Last but not least, you may have seen the beautiful church St. Elizabeth right next to us, this building where we exhibit 11 info points featuring very interesting Gaia-X projects during the breaks and the networking evening. You're always welcomed to go there. Representatives will be happy to welcome you at their booth and tell you more about the projects and solutions that might be inspiring and helpful for you as well. So don't hesitate to go there, grab someone or head over in small groups to make it more fun and networking. Don't worry, we'll be here all day. Andreas, one last question. What's your favorite slot on this program during the 2 days? Well, especially the first day.
In the first place, all of them for sure, but there's a special session I'm keen to listen carefully, which is about compliance and governance, because beside all this technical stuff, we need appropriate framework conditions, and how to address it, how to bring this into operation is one of the key questions we have to discuss right now, and therefore next day we have such a session. I will for sure listen to it.
You will, closely listen to it, because we wrap up the day afterwards, and then the networking evening will take place in Church Elizabeth as well. Thank you very much, and we start the show with a panel discussion and with you, so you're the first one who's going to take place here. And I'd like to welcome my second guest, Susanne Dehme. She's the member of the executive board for the topics legal and security at the German Tech Trade Association Bitkom, and board member at the Gaia-X ISBL. Welcome, Susanne. Roland Fadrani is the Chief Operating Officer of the Gaia-X ISBL. Welcome on stage. And Ernst Stöckel-Puckerl is here, Head of the Department for Digitization and Industry 4.0 within the Federal Ministry for Economics and Climate Change. Welcome, everybody. And I'd like to encourage the audience to ask questions via Slido. We already introduced you to that tool, so there's the Q&A session always open for you to ask questions. I have my tablet here and can look at your questions all the time. But let's start with a little status quo. Susanne, do you remember a story, an encounter with a specific person or a quote that describes the status quo of Gaia-X for you? And I'd like to join the others to get in then. Susanne first.
Well, maybe I just follow up on a talk I had today with one of my fellow BOD members who's new on the board, and he said, well, I look at Gaia as a platform where we try to build consent, and probably that platform is somewhere between, on the famous X, between the layer of the infrastructure and the layer of the data spaces. And of course, platform for building consent means that there's a lot of hard work to do to build that consent on many questions that are crucial for all the other parallel projects that are ongoing. But I think it's a work in progress, and it's also a bit, for me, it's a bit of a catalyst that when we started that 3 years ago, a lot of encounters have happened, a lot of conferences, days like these, where people have thought about how we can build this modern cloud infrastructure in Europe, and also and build on top of that the data economy. And so I think it's a bit of a catalyst still. But a lot has evolved around it. A lot of parallel and other processes are ongoing. So it's more and more also a kind of maybe a monitoring platform to try and align everything or keep up with all the developments that are going on.
Aligning and keeping up with the developments is somehow your job as well, Roland. A specific person or quote that you remember that's typical for the status quo?
Yeah, I think I was by invitation of the Austrian Hub, I think 2 weeks ago in Alpbach, European Forum Alpbach, which is always very interesting. We were discussing sovereignty from a society, state, and technology perspective. And in the first days where we were talking about society, there was a lot about we need policymakers to help us make platforms secure and so on. And I found this really interesting because people first use platforms, then they push all their data there, and then they cry for help to policymakers. I think that's an interesting approach because we in Gaia try to do exactly the opposite. We try to get very clear rules and transparency before you start using data, and we are not even want to exchange data, we want to use data mutually in business cases. And I think that's the way more intelligent approach to think first with whom you share data and how you create value.
Mm-hmm. Or with whom we share data is the approach as well. Ernst, you've been one of the founding members of Gaia as well, and know a lot of stakeholders and players in the field. Who were you in contact with the last time? What was your chat about?
I would like to take out a completely different meeting. I was in Baden-Baden a few months ago, and I was sitting at a table where young students, PhDs, engineers were sitting. And I asked them, you're young, what's about, how do you experience the world, how it is developing? And it was really the one I asked first. He said, yeah, I'm a little bit confused. There is Gaia-X, he really started, yeah. I do not understand exactly Gaia-X, but it seems to be very important. And my message was Gaia-X succeeded really to, how to say, to get known by many people who will work in the field of data businesses, but also that we have a task to explain not only what everything is, but to make it clear what are the different roles in the system, so that people don't get confused. What has everybody to do and what not? And as you said, I think it perfectly fits to what you said. It's not everybody has to do everything, but everybody has to take a role and to find out where is my pain and where is my, how to say, job where I have really some, what I can add to the whole system.
Yeah, not everybody has to do anything, but you know a lot of people, Andreas, who you are coming together with and who you are bringing together. So what was one of the key encounters during your last weeks or months?
Well, in general, I need to state, for me, Gaia-X is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do something.
Yep.
Am I still on? Yeah, okay. And we have a lot of discussions, and as Ernst rightly said, if you ask 20 people about Gaia-X, you're getting 20 different answers. So this is part of the game. But we try to make the best out of it, to understand what is your perception of Gaia-X, why do you care about Gaia-X, and how to bring it into a big picture. And I think this is the obligation of all of us, to listen carefully. Why should people care, and what are their challenges, and do we have the right answers to their challenges? And this is an ongoing journey, and I've been also asked when you're ready, and I said hopefully never, because Gaia-X is an ongoing journey. It's just a starting point here, and we need to accept this.
Mm-hmm. Communications is a big topic, like definition is a big topic as well, but let's start maybe with a few examples. I promised that in my introduction, that we'll hear about solutions based on GXFS, on Gaia-X, that are already running and working. So I'd like to start with some lighthouse projects. Roland, what are the most significant and advanced ones in your opinion?
We have a couple of lighthouse projects. So we have, of course, Catena, we have Eupro-Gigant, we have Agidata Hub. So it's from different industries, and they are at a different stage. I think most important for us is that the lighthouse projects can work beyond an immediate data space or ecosystem. So when you look at the single industry, that this single industry is forming a data space and exchanging data, that's not new. That has been done before. What is really important is as digitalization is moving so fast, and we made that decision 20 years ago where production and industry got very specialized and divided in terms of labor. That specialization led to the problem that now in the digitalization we need to have those business partners linked together, and you never know which are your business partners tomorrow. So if you're going to create an ecosystem and it's a closed ecosystem, then you're stuck, because we are moving very fast. But now with Gaia, what we try to do is we try to create a central trust anchor and to create interoperability and transparency, and that would allow you to very fast onboard new ecosystem partners.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ernst already nodded, and maybe you want to add to that later on, but I'd really like to stick to the examples. The best known or most driven initiative might be Gaia-X. Over 100 members, I think, achieved to enter the beta phase. How much Gaia would you say do we find in Catena? What are they based on? Roland.
Well, Catena started more or less in parallel with a lot of things that we did. So they used the documents, because we have two types of releases. We have releases that are documentation on how you do things, like the architecture document, the policy and rules document. And they stick to that in the very beginning. By the end of last year, we introduced the concept of a digital clearinghouse, where the core compliance services run. And Catena was the first to adopt that digital clearinghouse. And they are using the clearinghouse now to obtain compliance, which reopens something that at the beginning was a little bit at risk to be a closed shop.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's refer to the clearinghouse later on. Susanne, I'd like to ask you, because I read about you caring about the health sector as well. I was lucky enough to host an international health conference in June here in Berlin, and we talked a lot about the European health data space and Health-X. How important is the health sector as a use case field for Gaia, and how is it evolving in your opinion?
I think the health sector is a very interesting one to look at, because we face really challenging legal framework with very restrictive rules, especially in Germany, very fragmented rules. At the same time, there might not be many sectors where the immediate advantage of using data in a broader scale and exchanging data, it's hard to find another one where is such an obvious good purpose to do that. So where do we stand? There's a lot of work going on within Germany on a German health data space. There's also a European health data space project going on. I think it'll take some time to align both. Probably you will see some projects in parallel. You also have already some groundwork in the field of research, and then you've got the commercial field, the pharmaceutical companies, and it's not the easiest field to work your way through, but I think it's very well worth it.
Is the energy sector a better field to work through?
It certainly is, insofar as we don't deal with as much sensitive personal data as in the health sector, and so we also have a lot of regulation going on there. But there are two projects that I can name: the Omega X project from Atos, EDF, and others that deals with certain use cases, and there's also a more German-based one. The energy sector is especially interesting for me because, for one, we probably that's very helpful for sustainability reasons and environmental reasons, and on the other hand, it's also a very good example for the additional value we can create from linking different sectors together when you think of mobility and energy and like linking different energy sources with cars.
To link different parties and stakeholders together, we need big parties and big stakeholders, right? And I think, Ernst, it's your fundamental belief that we need the industry to scale up, to really enable Gaia to boost the European digital economy. How far have we come with, for example, manufacturing X?
A few words. We came very far. Just last week ended the first call, to present some proposals, and it was amazing. We almost received proposals from all sectors. So I have the feeling that now the industry and many related companies, not only the pure industry, that they really have now the clear will to create this data ecosystem and across industries. When we started, or the Gaia-X started with the support of the German government, substantially, I think Gaia-X made the idea very clear. You need somehow a pain, what do you want to solve? Then you need a clear governance structure, which has to develop also for Manufacturing X, but slowly, not too fast, by the way. And third, you need open source software, you need a community process, and what is so often not really dealt with is an operating system, which is not proprietary, which is really open, just that you can really bring it on the ground to scale up. And I think the industry is in a position to really develop this system, and we all hope that it's very much interoperable. By the way, energy data, SpaceX, the grid operators, they face a lot of problems because we have not only 20 power plants you have to coordinate, we have hundreds of, maybe 100,000 in the future. So you need data to coordinate it. And secondly, sure, who is one of the biggest consumer? It's sometimes the industry. So you have to get it connected, what you can solve. And there will very soon a project be started, which is supported by another unit in our ministry, and it's already completely connected to Manufacturing X. That's the idea, to get it into operational. That's a key, yeah? And it will never be from one day to the other perfectly and smoothly, but that's exactly the work we have to do, no?
Yeah, and there are projects like UPro-Gigant, I think you already mentioned it, Roland. And what do they add to this? What do players like this or projects like this add to the system? What are they doing right?
The difference to the past is that there's a cultural change, a mindset change, that you have to find out together what problem do you want to solve. That's really first and key. And we know it from Gaia-X, there are about 10 use cases. Everybody knows the product carbon footprint, which you only can collect or name it or count it if we have the data from all participants in a value chain. Yeah? You can't do it by Excel sheets, you can't do it by FOSS. There has to be something developed. And this is a problem which all companies face, irrespective of which kind of industry it is. Yeah? So you have to find a solution. So if you have a joint idea how this could be managed and use the Gaia-X principle, use all these things which have been mentioned, and an operating system, but somebody still has to organize the process, And there's a lot of standardization behind. I think there is now the understanding that it's the only way, otherwise it becomes extremely costly for SMEs in particular. It has to be automized how you collect data. But for me important, it's not because of the product carbon footprint we should do the whole effort, we should do it for future competitiveness and new solutions and business models.
Andreas, maybe you add to this, because I have the feeling that we have kind of an exponential rise up at the moment going on, and that Gaia is really taking on now. What are the first players, or what did the first players doing right, and what are new ones adding to that, so we get into this exponential curve?
Yep. So from the beginning, Gaia-X was the idea to promote existing technology standards for large-scale deployment. So not to invent something completely new, but to bring all the pillars together, to orchestrate them, to provide components, to operationalize them, and then to scale up. As Ernst said, in the first place we have to address the mindset, because we have a couple of paradigm changes in this journey, which has to be accepted. For example, sovereign identities, describing assets, smart contracting, all these things which are of relevance to build such federated ecosystems. And I think when we have the first movers, as in Gaia-X, and it's so impressive that we have worldwide acting companies who are in a heavy competition themselves, they agreed to work jointly on joint objectives, which is something completely new for the market. This has never happened. And when we go to Japan, for example, to explain it, they are a little bit reserved about this idea because they never thought that there is a situation where they have to work jointly even if they are competitors. But if you target, for example, 6,000 OEMs around Gaia-X or the nearly 300,000 suppliers, then you need to think big, but you need to harmonize, you need to bring a sound concept and a sound technology. And because every SME who's asked, now you have to do this, and next time you have to do this, and another time you have to do this, they say, I stop immediately.
Yeah.
So this is one of the criteria for scaling up, and we need to take this serious.
So to not put the process from top to bottom, but really create a federated system. That's what's the idea all about. There are already coming questions in, and I'd like to add that one to Katina. Gaia-X is quickly adopting the Gaia-X framework. How much is Gaia-X influencing the EDC? What is the current status of the development? Maybe Roland, you can answer that one briefly.
I didn't understand the whole question.
Gaia-X is quickly adopting the Gaia-X framework. How much is Gaia-X influencing the EDC, and what is the current status of development?
Okay, so EDC in terms of data connector.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, Gaia-X is not influencing Catena. I think it's the other way around. The Lighthouse projects need to give us input because they are our customers. So it's important that we understand the Lighthouse projects, and the most important thing where I was really fighting for with changing a little bit the way we're working from a process perspective is to get more feedback and collaboration and contribution from the Lighthouse projects in developing our services. When it comes to EDC, EDC is one connector like many others. We're working closely with the IDSA on certifications of connectors. What is missing at the moment is a plugin that can enforce data exchange policies, and that is what we're working on.
That's kind of linked to more than one question, but I'd like to take this one first. What are promising approaches to get people to collaborate? Maybe, Andreas, you can add to your answer before. In my experience, some companies are like dragons hoarding treasure, very skeptical of sharing. Is that true? Is that fitting to your experience?
Yeah, it's true. This was the initial trigger. If I share data, how can I keep my sovereignty, and how am I still the control of the data, which is also not for personal data, it's also applicable for industry data because this is intellectual property. And then people sometimes think Gaia-X is a kind of magic dust and will solve all the problems they see out there, but in the first place, they need to be very clear about their business cases and their challenges. And if they come to this point, and if you say, this is related to data, but I cannot manage this challenge just with my data, I need to keep hold of other data, or we need joint services, then they are getting into this picture. Well, then Gaia-X is a clear conceptual approach to go into such a direction. And there's so much people who are thinking about all the side effects and how to harmonize it that I think there are more than 1,000 of people who are discussing Gaia-X, which is sometimes not fun, but we are advancing. We are advancing, and
today is fun.
Today is fun for sure, of course. But I think this is where we need to communicate in a better way the advantages, but also the obligations of each of the parties in the Gaia-X ecosystem. It's not, you cannot plug in Gaia-X and then things are running. So this is part of the reality.
Yeah. You already mentioned in the intro that you're keen on the discussions about compliance, legal regulations, and there's a question, maybe Susanne, you can answer that one. Gaia-X is a concept like ISO. What, in your view, is the greatest challenge to make Gaia-X a standard? First of all, is it a concept like ISO? Is that right? Is that the idea?
It's not quite like ISO. I'd say it's a stage beforehand. We're not like the big standardization bodies that we have, but it's more like maybe trying to be a speedboat and develop specifications that can further be developed or also be used in a similar way as standards that come from IC and Centrelec and others. Yeah, so that would be my answer to the.
And yeah, and what is contributing to standardization and compliance is the digital clearinghouses I mentioned before, and there's another question referring to that. What does it take to run a Gaia-X digital clearinghouse? Maybe to answer that one, we should first have a look at what you introduced the digital clearinghouses in Vienna this March, I think. So who do run that to? I think it's 2 digital clearinghouses. And what is the main goal?
Okay, this is very simple. When you write specifications for, let's say, compliance, then you need to find a way to enforce compliance. Now you can have that document and send the document to everybody who runs a project. Once you have reached maybe 10 projects, then you run out of people auditing those 10 projects if they really run the code in a way that it enforces the compliance as it's foreseen. So what we did is we created code together with the open source community and the Federation Services projects that is actually technically enforcing what we mean with compliance. And this is way easier to control and scale because, as you said, there is a lot of boost and a lot of projects coming in and it's getting more and more. So the only way to have governance over the execution of compliance is if you have control over the code. So the governance for that piece of code and only for that piece of code is with the ISBL. And the second thing is we don't want to run it as Gaia-X because take the example of GitHub, got bought by Microsoft. So maybe you just at one point don't want to have that. So we are fully committed to a federated system and there can be as many clearinghouses as there want. We have about 25 companies in the pipeline right now that want to run a clearinghouse.
Okay, well, so what does it take to run a clearinghouse?
What it does take to run a clearinghouse, there's a set of rules that you run. You take our code and then you have a set of rules you need to commit to. These are basically ITIL SLA stuff. This is compliance stuff. And this is a couple of other rules, like for example, that you need to own the infrastructure, so you can't rent a server at whatever company and then try to run a clearinghouse. So the services need to be consistent. But I always say it's like the democratization of trust because everybody can run a clearinghouse who fulfills the roles and is willing to stick to the rules.
I understand that. I asked you to put your mic a bit up. I understand that, but if I got that right, it's mandatory to use the services. Doesn't that contradict the idea of a federated service?
No, because there are as many and that you want. So what it does is we have some code, and what's really mandatory is only 3 services. It's the compliance service, the notarization service, and the registry where all this information is stored. Everything else is optional, but it's optional only for the user. We want the clearinghouse providers to also deliver optional services like Catalog and Wizard, which, for example, are also developed by the GXFS DE team. Why? Because of small and medium enterprises. They have basically everything that's in the recipe to build a data space in a clearinghouse. Is it mandatory that they use all of it? No. But the compliance service and the register service are mandatory, but you are free to choose your provider. So even within the federation, you can use 3 different clearinghouses.
Okay. That's what you meant by democracy in the first place. Now, we heard a lot of very positive examples. I mentioned the Lighthouse projects already, but what does that mean now for companies in Germany, in Europe, and worldwide? How do they get in contact with Gaia, with GXFS, with the Federation Services, and how do you envision business opportunities for them, Andreas?
We made the decision every component we are delivering here is free open source software, so anyone can get hold of it. And everything we are adding as white paper and explainer videos are CC BY, so it can be reused by anyone. So we want to disseminate it on the largest scale, whatever is possible. And we are totally committed that in the first place we need to incubate federations so that they are enabled to build up their own environment, but with all the requirements to keep them interoperable, so to avoid any establishment of another silo. In terms of this clearing center, I'm still a little bit concerned, and on behalf of our members, we cannot agree that all the cloud providers should promote their services and code under the supervision of the Gaia-X Association, because we are friends of self-determination. So whatever we do is, in the first place, bring the conceptual approach and then consider how to federate them across a multitude of federations. And I think we still need some time, because in the first place we need to be clear about all the rules, the requirements and the commitments. And at a certain point we need to discuss who is liable for what. And unless these questions are not yet clearly expressed and defined, let's try to incubate federations, bring them the code. We have the toolbox. The toolbox says this is nothing fixed. It is an offering to switch from PowerPoint to operational services in the first place, and then go from there as a community. And this is again why I said this morning, or during the beginning, community is for me the key success factor, because it must be driven by those who are going to adopt these services and who can influence them. Of course, it's certainly right that Gaia-X Association is setting the specifications to keep this level of interoperability and portability at all these areas. But on the other side, the federations must evolve themselves.
Yeah, of course. So Andreas already mentioned some issues, the rules, the requirements, the commitments, and who is liable for what. What do you tell companies or stakeholders you talk to? How do you solve these issues? I think, Roland, you installed some smaller networks, some other processes, sprints, things like that. How can you contribute to solve these questions?
All the members can always contribute, so we are always asking for contribution. The more people work with us, the better the results. I think the real key factor is now, as adoption is increasing, the real world problems are coming back into the working groups and to the sprints, because it is really operational, sometimes very practical questions that come down, and that increases the quality of the working products. So what I tried from a process point of view in my role is to come from review cycles into a collaborative approach on developing things. That's why the sprints. So rather than having people defining rules, then sharing this information with some technical people and then sharing the same information with the market, then we have endless feedback loops. So we try to create requirements together, prioritize them, and work on the solution together.
But there still are legal regulations that are issues. We have acts like the Data Act, the AI Act, that are interfering with the concepts. We have the label discussion going on. What are the answers or ideas for these so far? Susanne, how do you face them?
Well, of course, we are always operating in an environment where we have a legal framework, and that's also developing. That's not the same all the time. So we had the Data Governance Act and the Data Act, and they developed in parallel to our work on Gaia-X and the rules we laid down there. So what we have to do is, for example, for the cloud providers to see whether our rules on interoperability and cloud switching, for example, how do they work with the new framework we have under the Data Act. And it might happen that we have to adapt some of the criteria that we have laid down, and we also have to assess on what impact will that have on the market. And same goes for the Data Governance Act with its rules for data intermediaries, because many of the data space operators or consortia might fall under those rules, and we'll have to deal with that. So yeah, we have to look on these processes and see how we ideally make the rules within Gaia in a way that they help companies to properly implement the legislation.
And you're constantly working on that and welcoming everybody who has issues, reporting that and bringing them to the board, right? That's what the idea is all about. I see that people like to go a bit more into technical details, so let's quickly do that as well. One question is, do you plan to use the Eclipse Foundation's ability to submit paths for building a future open standard? Is that a question, Andreas, you could answer?
Eclipse is not a standard-setting body. It's providing governance for open source projects. Mm-hmm. I think, and they have all the tools and means to enable the community to move forward with their key projects and activities. And we have already EDC on Eclipse. We have GXFS, now named XFSC, so cross-federation services components, and we have Tractos out of Gaia-X, and hopefully a lot of more. And I think this is now the space where things must be getting aligned, or should be aligned, and should be advanced. So we have still a lot of topics to do, but before we start new challenges, let's take care about the basics as initially described.
Okay. Might not be a basic neither, but how is Gaia-X connected to the European framework SIMPLE, which aims an interconnection of sector-specific common European data spaces?
Well, if you look at the tender, at least in Chapter 8, there were a lot of references to the federation services. So there's a connection, but we have to wait for further announcements and strategies, how to bring SIMPLE into operation. Hopefully there will be a good synergy between all these initiatives, and that they don't reinvent the wheel again, because this will then working completely against the idea of harmonization we would like to achieve. Mm-hmm.
How do you enforce interoperability between federations using different frameworks, and that might where you also might come in?
Well, in the first place, refer to standards, and we have a lot of standards. We have these conceptual approach, how to describe services, how to describe rules for negotiation of usage policies, how to deal with identities in a sovereign way, how to use it to build up data spaces, how to address compliance questions, how to monitor the fulfillment of guarantees and agreements, and how to build an ecosystem for trust services where, for example, we can have a digital information which can be verified that this is a sound statement like my data center is ISO 27001 certified. Today you have to ask the issuing party, or you have to look at these nice statements. In the future we need to do it in the digital space immediately, and for thousands of claims which are related to digital services. And this will be a huge advantage for the future, and will reduce the burden for compliance assessment and all these questions which need to be managed today by huge parties or by huge groups within the companies.
Okay, let's zoom out again a little bit, and I'd like to come to another question. Susanne, you told me before that you had a situation with State Secretary Franziska Brandner of the Federal Ministry, who asked the community, what do you need? What can we do for you? And you realized that it's really hard for a lot of people to explain that. Why is that?
Well, for one thing, I think it's that the politics can only help so much. At the end of the day, it's the market, it's the different stakeholders in the market who have to think about what will be their future business models, what do they need to create them, how and what are they prepared. For what common rules are they prepared to agree upon? And so I think politics was very helpful in the beginning to get things going and started, and give money for some of the projects to start with. But for me, then the biggest task for politics is to set the legal framework right? So you have to invest into the right laws and have a look at that. And if you feel, okay, this hinders the development of the markets without reason, then we might have to adapt that. But then again, yeah, even to explain to people outside the different projects that we have, what we are actually doing there is sometimes a challenge, because it's such a, we do that, we are trying to create something new, so it's sometimes hard to you can only describe the vision, you cannot say it's like this and that, because it doesn't exist yet. And then again, you also deal with many people who come from a technical perspective, and they want to know, where do I find that software, how reliable, you know, who has checked that, how does that fit with my industrial processes, and stuff like that. And then you have the other people who maybe come from data protection and ask, well, what are the standards you live up to?
Or politicians.
Or politicians.
And ministry workers. So how important is the communication process within the ministry and within the political process?
The communication, I would like a little bit refer to the last question. So there are different roles which government has or ministry. First, legal framework condition is very clear. That's one of the key tasks. It's not for, I don't have to do it, but I think it's more than relevant to understand what's coming up, and it's really challenging, I would say. Everybody knows it, but we need it. Secondly, we talked so much about this collaborative approach, community approach, and it's very difficult for one company simply to start that process like Gaia-X. And when we started it, we were, as politicians, a moderator, and for example, it's in my field of responsibilities, a platform Industry 4.0. We developed a community over many years, about 10 years, which got used to discuss issues and topics and problems and just forget about the company as far as possible and think about new solutions. But you need always some framework around where those companies feel comfortable and can really think out of the normal mind, out of the box. And this happened with Gaia-X, by the way. That's how it went, because we had this moderating role, and last not least, you have sometimes to support some R&D projects, because it's so difficult for one or two companies to change the world because they don't know if the others will follow. And I'm so happy that we have now really reached a state where there's no way back to the old silos and old thinking, but still a substantial way to go.
Yeah. Maybe one last question from the audience, because that there are always topics that tease more interest than others, and that might be one referring to that. How important are monetization and payments in a business ecosystem like Gaia?
I would say politics is extremely supportive of Gaia-X and all those ecosystems. Digitalization has always a prominent role. In the end, it's still a horizontal topic very often, And you have, if you see all the challenges Europe is facing these years, it's maybe not always in the focus, but we are supported. And sometimes it's not so bad, because it's our task to develop it and not the task of the politicians.
Yeah, that's right. Always the community. I'd like to close this panel discussion with a little quick fire about communications as well. You read a lot of headlines about Gaia-X the last 3 years that might have got you down or boosted, I don't know, sometime. Let's turn it around. What headline would you like to read about Gaia in the near future, and what would be realistic or a realistic estimation of date for that headline? Andreas, maybe you'd like to start.
So my favorite headline would be, Europe is back on track in the digital space, and we are part of the digital value chain. And this might take 3 to 5 years from now on.
That's ambitious, but very, very nice goal, Susanne.
Yeah, maybe if we could read the first 500 companies with Gaia-X labeled or part of the Gaia-X network, like in operation.
All right.
So let's go from the big topic to the small one. My next, because it's short time, I would really like to see that Gaia and Manufacturing X join forces and collaborate on this Manufacturing X, because I think it's really important. That's a huge lever.
Yeah, that's already is.
Okay, just thought my headline could be that maybe in 3, 4, 5 years, maybe more, 4 years, let's say, European companies are able to create and run innovative data-driven ecosystems based on Gaia-X. It will be not too loud and too noisy, because when it works, it will work, and there are many paths to success, not only Gaia-X.
Don't set the line up too high, but we're really exciting to read these headlines. Thank you very much to this very exciting first panel. Thank you. And thank you to the audience for listening. I now hand over the microphone to my colleague Emma Wehrwein. Emma leads the GXFS Project Management Office in Germany at the Eco Association of the Internet Industry and has coordinated the development of the GXFS toolbox over the past years. Welcome on stage, Emma.
Thank you so much.
Very nice that you're taking the panel now. You're going to dive deep into the GXFS world by introducing and discussing components that our GXFS offers to build a Gaia ecosystem, so to speak, the build your own panel. Is that right? Can I say so?
Yeah, I think it's the strategy for the next 30 minutes is more or less that in the opening panel we have heard a little bit about the overall vision of Gaia-X and how to actually set up or what the idea is of Gaia-X. What I would like to discuss with my panelists in the next 30 minutes is more or less what has happened with regards to GXFS. What can you use already? What were the developments for the last 1 year? Because we have had our GXFS Connect last year, and now I think it's a good opportunity to have an update for you.
Okay, all right. I monitor the Slido questions. You're welcome to ask questions as well. You just have 30 minutes, so I'm off. It's your stage, Emma.
Thank you so much. All right, I would like to introduce my panelists. Ladies first, I would like to ask on stage Lauresha Mimiti. She is our technical project lead for GXFS. Then I already see our next one, that's Bertolt Meyer. He's the chief architect at T-Systems International, and he's also leading our work package for identity and trust components. Then up next we have Dr. Christoph Lange-Bever. He's leading the department for data science and AI at Fraunhofer FIT and is also our head for the work package federated catalog, sorry. And already sitting in first line is Thomas Niesen. He is the managing director of the competence network Trusted Cloud and is leading our work package for compliance. First of all, I think it's so nice because, to be honest, I'm working on a weekly basis with these colleagues. So I'm talking really continuously with these people. But for you, I think it's a great opportunity to actually get some updates from really the responsible ones of the GXFS DE project as well. And I think, so thinking back to last year, the GXFS Connect 2022, we also talked about the toolbox. We actually demonstrated a short use case with the components of the toolbox. But of course, things have happened since last year. And especially when thinking back where we started, we had some time to actually write our first technical specifications that we have then turned into tenders, and we're recruiting our partners for implementing these components based on these specifications. And I think, especially regarding the identity and trust components, Bertolt, there's been some developments in the last year. I know for sure that you worked on some new technical specifications that are actually up for tender right now, European-wide. So, Bertolt, maybe you can give the audience some updates. What is included in these new updated specifications? What have you focused on?
Yes, as you mentioned, I'm responsible for the identity and trust, and when we start, and we have to look a little bit for the history, we start at 2019, that means identity and trust with SSI was, better so? It was very, very early stage when we start, and what we did in this time, we see we can only use one framework. This was on sovereign. This is a implementation, and we stick very focused on the sovereign stack and also an ID union. And what we see is the change. The change was it goes more to interoperability and also to the W3C specification. That means we are currently not compatible enough in the whole, we are not compatible enough for other ecosystems. And what we did is we start to, in the specification, concentrate for interoperability. The AIP 2.0 is a specification for interoperability. That is important for us to implement that in the next phase. This is one. The second is we also want to stick to the W3C specification. There's a specification coming up after when we start with a new specification, and we want to be 100% compliant to that. This is the second. This we name it VStack. The third is the OpenID Connect. OpenID Connect and SSI was first a little bit ecosystem parallel, and now the OpenID Connect come together and specify how it is interoperable usage SSI inside our components. And this is also what we extend in the specification to have also OpenID Connect. And all of you know in your company you use OpenID Connect for identity and trust. And this is what we did in the interoperability. Second is we got a lot of requests for security enhancements. What we see is more secure communication. Here's a lot of enhancements included. The third, what we see is that when you use our ecosystem, it's very hard for you to install that and have a first running system. So integration is also what we concentrate and make a first example how you can deploy that. You are free to implement your own integrations. What we did is we implement also a unified framework for deploying our components to interact with each other. And the third, or the last but not the least, is the trust. What we had in the past is only trust. We trust in technology. We trust in certificates. We don't know how to trust in other companies. And what we enhance is the trust framework. And this is also a separate tender. We speak later about that. And this was also enhance the trust inside our components. And this was the main topics what we extend in the new specification.
Yeah, I think you already mentioned trust, of course, is also most of the time one topic in panels or presentations regarding Gaia-X. So we call it the train component. That's actually not a revised new specification, but it's not a revised specification, but it's actually a new component in the identity and trust work package that is going to be developed in the next couple of months. Can you maybe just really quickly, and so everyone can actually follow, not too technical, explain what's the goal? Why do we need this train component in our toolbox?
As you mentioned, the train is not a new concept. We adopted from Fraunhofer. Fraunhofer invented that together with the IPSI in the European Union Blockchain Initiative and SSI Initiative. And we saw that that could be make the trust with a standard that is already established in the internet. And when you establish trust, what can you use in a decentralized world? You cannot use a PKI. This is central. You cannot use that. So we need other mechanism. So we saw the DNS. Each of you have a DNS. And when you call a web page, you 100% ensure this web page comes really from your from the location what you expect. When you go to the bank, you expect the DNS was resolving exactly this page and not the other one. And we use this mechanism and combine it with our framework. And then we can say, you have a DNS, and we can trust 100% the credential what you deliver. And this is the combination between the DNS, a well-established technology in trust, together with the SSI and identity and trust. And this together is Train. We name it Train.
Okay, so I think what is pretty clear is that it's actually really a technical project, as you might understand right now. But that's fine. I mean, that's the idea of like also this panel, to actually show like if you want to build and set up data-driven ecosystems, that's not only like a marketing activity or just like a strategic activity, but you actually have to deep dive into actually understanding how to technically set up things like that. But this for sure is also a topic in the workshop downstairs with the experts on the technical level. But I think something that's also interesting, maybe also for the audience, I think you mentioned it really shortly in your first answer. So one idea was also, of course, there are also activities within Gaia-X and the Gaia-X community going on, of course, also when we also started our first implementation. So the idea with the second specification phase was, of course, also to align closer to the activities within the Gaia-X community. Can you maybe share some insights there as well?
Yeah, what we did is we want to build a community, and the first step was to bring our components to the Eclipse ecosystem. And next, what we did is now to invite the people in the specification and also invite them to commit new ideas. And this was starting now, and we see the first are coming and really enhance our code, and this is what we have to drive next time. And this is what we are doing is with a hackathon, we make informations and make the process more open. And this is not our software, this is Gaia-X is open, and this is very important for us.
Yeah. And I think Lauresha, that's also a great transition to Lauresha, because she's actually one of our XFSC Eclipse project leads. Maybe you can give us some more insights, because maybe not everyone has followed the activities during the summer break. We actually moved our project and our code to the Eclipse Foundation. Can you give some insights about the name change and why we moved and the activities there?
Sure. So everyone knows that Gaia-X Federation Services is a free and open source software. And it is a German-founded project, but due to legislations and schemas, we were obliged to drive the project through tendered partners. But the code was developed in GitLab, in repositories there, that the community also had the chance to see what we are working on, give feedback as well, start discussions. So the code was driven and specification through the partners, but the community was also involved somehow. With the move to Eclipse Foundation, where is the right place for open source projects, we moved the code this July. And now we are there with the repositories. So for the technical people, we have now the new repositories in Eclipse. But and Eclipse Foundation is maintaining now the services, and due to their regulations as well, we had to do the renaming of these services that were moved there, because they take over also the branding, and we name it Cross Federation Services Components now. Basically, it's the same, and the Gaia-X Federation Services name will also remain in use for further project purposes.
Yeah, so I think we are opening up the whole activities now to the community with this move, as you just explained, Lauresha. And especially the federated catalog was really interesting for a lot of community members and projects that are surrounding the Gaia-X Cosmos. Christoph, you are heavily involved in the activities surrounding the federated catalog, and as maybe some of you followed, the implementation closed later than the other components for the federated catalog, so we lost quite some time there. What is the state of play at the moment for the catalog, and where would you say, also talking to the community, do you see improvements that should be made then, of course, in the community project in Eclipse?
Well, the community has already started to adopt the catalog while it was being implemented. At that time, there were already activities in, for example, the German Gaia-X ecosystem project and in the Gaia-X for Future Mobility projects, adopting the catalog and, asking questions, pointing out problems, suggesting improvements, making contributions already during, the late implementation phase. And now, in the Eclipse repositories, you will find the complete implementation of the catalog as it was specified in specification phase 1. What is the main point? The main next step forward is a closer integration of the catalog with the other federation services, and that's why the catalog is also an essential part of the specification phase 2, where catalog and organizational credential manager, notarization service, and other services are orchestrated behind a new user interface of a portal.
Thank you. And I've just realized, can we switch maybe to the next slide just to give also the audience some more information if you have not followed everything for the last 2 years? Okay, I think that's not happening, but I think I can try it here as well. Perfect. And I already saw, Alexa, you already
have questions coming in, so I'd like to add that, and maybe it's a question for Thomas or all of you. Are there Gaia-X components already ready to use? By that I mean tested, validated, maintained, or are the components still in a conceptual phase?
That's a very general question. I would answer with yes. So,
but what kind of components, maybe you can add that?
To be honest, a lot of components from the first phase are already available in GitLab for testing, for modification. You can take the code, modify the code, use it for your own purposes. But, for example, some, as Bertolt mentioned, train are currently just in the conceptual phase. This has started, but this should not impede anybody from taking a look at GitLab, see what's there, identify your problem, see if your solution is there, and if you have a better idea how to do it, all the better. So you can contribute to the further development of this.
But I think maybe Lauresha can also add to this, because she's heavily involved in these activities.
Yes. So the services, we developed the code for these services. But in our project we are doing, I will talk later with Emma about the integration project. So all these services, we had the specification first. Based on this specification, we developed the code, and the code is tested, and also we had a QA team that installed and tested all the functionalities of these services. So you just have to run this, and as Thomas mentioned, adopt it based on your needs, and also develop them further.
Sometimes it can be a ready-to-use solution for one of the users or stakeholders, and sometimes it's not. So you could not really answer that to the final layer, right? I have 2 more questions. What have you chosen only? Why have you chosen only OpenID Connect and not SAML, or provided the freedom to use both? Maybe Bertolt, yeah.
The question was why we only use OpenID Connect and
not SAML.
SAML is a specification that is not really used in the past, only for back-end communication. It's very hard to maintain. And what you have is, with this specification, is the first, is not compatible to OpenID Connect. You know that, and most of the people are using OpenID Connect. SAML was never used, or only in some special project for the end user. It was only used backend, as I mentioned. And the third is, it's too complex. It's very complex, and they don't understand that. And this is why we don't use SAML. And the last is, we have a decentralized identity management. And decentralization means other technology. And SSI is not based on that. So it was more, SSI is a decentralized identity management and is not supported there. This is the reason why we don't use SAML.
Okay, a very easy answer to a very complex question, actually.
Oh, sorry, it was also complex.
No, that was great. What about compatibility with the upcoming EUDI wallet? Is that possible to answer that one?
Yeah, I can also answer that. This new ID wallet from the European Union is very human-centric. And what we look is to be 100% compliant with that. And what we see is it's 100% compliant today. Yes, they have some extension, what we have not implemented, and we want to make it compliant. What they don't have in the specification currently is for backend and for machine identification or organization identification. This wallet is only for end users, so the specification is not deep enough to use for all use cases what we have in Gaia-X. So yes, for the personal credential manager, it could be an option.
All right, then I'd like to zoom out a little bit again and leave the panel to you for the last few minutes. But one last question, because we had that on the panel before already, I'd like to take that one now. Are there any plans to collaborate with or use already successful open source projects? I mean, that's a question that answers itself, right? That's the idea. Yeah, if you...
Well, we are... the implementation of the cross-federation services components itself is building on a lot of open source projects, and so it's natural that we've identified, for example, even limitations to the capabilities of open source projects. For example, to point out one thing, like from deeply inside the catalog, like we've run into and identified limitations of the Neo4j graph database, and then looked for how to fix that, and depending on the situation, also contributions are being made back into open source projects. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So if you still have questions open, you can still write them in Slido, and then Alexa will give me a notice if there are questions still open. I think you already mentioned the integration part. I've not forgotten that. I will come back to you later, but first, Thomas, I would like to address you as well. You're leading the compliance work package, and there we also had a component that was also a topic in our last workshops as well. It's we call it onboarding and accreditation workflow. But in my opinion, I even think we need an even broader naming for this workflow. Maybe it's actually more a workflow engine itself, but maybe you can give some updates. What is the workflow engine? How can you use it? And what progress have you made?
Yeah, I'm always representing the least glamorous part of the Gaia-X Federation services, this onboarding and accreditation workflow. This is really boring back office stuff, conformity, dusty mothballs are arising before your eyes. So I have a hard time to excite you about that, but what value are we trying to bring with this workflow? Ernst already mentioned that one of the big challenges of what we are doing with Gaia-X is to industrially upscale this, so to allow for large federations to be operative. And one of the really boring tasks for those federations is really to onboard participants. You want trustworthy participants in your federation. Services. You want that the services that you're offering in your federation are adhering to certain standards, be it security, be it interoperability, be it transferability, whatever. So this is the problem that each federation has to solve. And there you are trying to achieve the, I don't know the English word, Quadratur des Kreises. So you're trying to marry two very opposite things. One thing is conformity, which is very strict, which is very normative. If you read security conformity assessment standards, you are reminded of the 10 commandments. Thou shall and whatever. So this is very strict. On the other hand, we have a variety of federations. We heard about energy, we heard about health, we heard about manufacturing X, and each of those federations has its specificities, has maybe own legal requirements, especially the health, but also the energy, critical sectors. So on the one hand, you want an onboarding process which is very strict, very normative. On the other hand, it has to be adaptable to a variety of environments. So this is not one size fits all. And this, to cut a long story short, this is what we have achieved during the time we had the last GXFS Connect. So we have developed on basis of an existing open source workflow engine, this accreditation workflow, which allows for each federation to adapt those things to their actual requirements without any coding. So this is really a no-code platform, which by the same token is able to generate front ends. Because this is also one thing which is very important to upscale, to have a front end which allows even the SME to onboard into this federation without first going to a special university 2 years to learn about conformity assessment. So this is really a giant step forward compared to what we presented during our last conference. This workflow engine has been presented on several occasions in Gaia-X events, but will also be part, sales pitch, here in the hackathon, here in the technical workshop. So I invite you all to take a look at that, and I'm very curious about your critical feedback. Did we achieve the mission? Did we bring value to you federations, or is there still something to do?
Thank you. I already see Alexa has a question, but before we give the question to you, maybe because I think it's also something that's really interesting regarding the workflow engine. You also worked, I think it was the last couple of months, on a use case also connecting to the activities within Gaia-X and the labeling topics. Can you share the use case with us? Yeah,
this served for us as a proof of concept. As I said, we have a multitude of federations, but you cannot just work in theory. You have to take a practical example, a pièce de résistance, where you really show that it's workable. And swallow your own poison. What is better than taking the Gaia-X label level 1 requirements and see if you can create a process without coding to have the label level 1 workflow. And we have, of course, achieved this, otherwise I wouldn't be talking about that. But the really important thing was, as I said before, not just representing the workflow, but having a front end generated at the same time without HTML coding, which really allows anybody to enter into the labeling process and serve the interfaces of the clearinghouse, for example, the notarization service, which is essential in this process. So I think this was a very successful step for us, where we could show that what we have conceptualized in theory really works in practice.
Thank you, Thomas. Sorry, Alexa.
Just one last question, because I think that's a very interesting one. What is the schedule for the actual tender, and how do you coordinate output of the tender and contributions of the community?
So I think maybe that's actually even a question I could answer.
Yes,
really.
I think it's one for you.
Easily. So the tenders, we've actually awarded one tender that's regarding the train component yesterday. So we already contracted a partner there. But there are still 4 other tenders up at the moment. You can find the information on LinkedIn at our site, but also on our website as well. We just posted some news last week where you get all the links to also, of course, show your interest and to submit your application. And then we actually plan to have the implementation to end by January next year, so beginning of 2024. And of course, everything that the implementation partners will work on, they will work simultaneously with the community in the Eclipse GitLab. So everything will be there on a daily basis. And of course, we will also try to communicate and manage. That's going to be also Lauresha's and Steffen Schulz's job as the project leads, to actually make sure that the community is aligned also with the activities with the parallel implementation of the spec too. So that's it. Thank you so much for joining me on stage, and I will give it back to Alexa.
Thanks very much, Emma. Thanks to the panel. Thanks to the audience for listening. There were more questions coming in concerning sovereignty, but we tried to discuss that on another panel, promised. So we are going into a half-an-hour coffee break right now. Refresh yourself or get blessed within Church St. Elizabeth. Church St. Elizabeth. That's a hard one. Next door, where you find these 11 info points and get more information about projects within the Gaia world. See you at 3:15. Thank you very much. We'll bait you with 4 project pitches of more solutions based on Gaia components and another 2 panels. Stay tuned. Thank you.
The goal of Gaia-X is to foster innovation and data sovereignty. This will be achieved by a digital ecosystem where data is made available, collated and exchanged in a trustworthy and secured environment. Gaia-X develops the software components to set up a federated system that connects the participants with the help of the Gaia-X Federation services. The Gaia-X Federation services, GXFS, are the toolbox, the minimum technical set of services to set up a cloud-based data infrastructure designed for Gaia-X federations to become operational. GXFS provides the means to build trust and interoperability. It ensures data sovereignty and compliance within each of its federations. But what exactly is a federation? A federation is a group of participants that work together and collaborate as equals. The federations are self-determined ecosystems where individual participants come together to offer services that add new value to the market. The federation is not owned by anyone. Its members cooperate on the basis of joint rules to create value for all. Participants can come from the same or different industries. They can cooperate to create wider ecosystems. Every participant of a federation has a so-called self-description. This is the information given by participants about themselves and their services. It is tied to a specific common data format and is protected cryptographically. In short, self-descriptions make the federation functional and transparent. A federator can be a participant of a federation or an external provider. The federator facilitates the group's coordination and provides the necessary operational federation services implementation. Besides this role, the federator is a normal member of the federation, as equal as all other participants. The federator is appointed by the participants. As mentioned, GXFS is a toolbox of services and functionalities, implemented by the federator and used by the participants of a federation. The Gaia-X Federation services are developed as open source code that is not distributed by a central authority, but can be modified to build apps and services to match the specific requirements of each federation. The different service components will be covered in more detail in upcoming videos. GXFS is structured along 4 different work packages and the portal. The first work package is Identity and Trust. This work package will support with authenticating the participants in a federation and help them keep control over their digital identities via credential validation and other identity management techniques. Federated Catalog. This work package will enable the creation of a repository for each federation. In this repository, participants of a federation can find information about other participants and their service offerings. The federated catalog is capable to manage complete end-to-end scenarios, data sovereignty services. This work package enables transparency and control over how data is used. This is done through digital contract negotiation, validation and monitoring. And last but not least, compliance. This work package enables compliance checks for services offered within a federation. The Gaia-X compliance framework serves as a basis for this. This will be achieved through interaction with a set of decentralized services, providing for notarization of relevant information and automated monitoring of critical compliance criteria. In addition to these work packages, the Gaia-X portal will be used as an example of a gateway that enables user-friendly access to services, onboarding and accreditation of participants. In our next video, we'll take a deeper dive into each of the work packages. Welcome to the Gaia-X community.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you feel refreshed and took some new thoughts and inspirations from the last two panels. The networking is obviously in a good shape, so we expect more people to come. Don't be disturbed by that, but we'd like to continue the program. Now that we've just learned about the GXFS toolbox in the previous session, the upcoming pitches will give you a tangible insight into how GXFS components can be used. We have 4 excellent speakers sitting in front of me here today to pitch their technological solution in about 10 minutes each, more or less. And as we ask the speakers to be precise in timekeeping, I do so myself. So I announce our very first guest. He's another day 1 member of Gaia, Ionos, and it seems to me that Gaia and Ionos are pushing each other, and that's why I'm really curious to hear from Ariane Furusbach about the importance of cross-company and initiative collaboration. That's what we've talked about during the panels as well, to master the open source components and leave competition completely out of the way at this phase. So welcome, Ariane, on stage. Nice to have you here.
Hi everyone, happy to be with you. So thanks a lot, Alexa, for the nice introduction and testing to see if I can switch to the presentation or not yet. All right, thanks a lot. So pleasure to be with you today. My name is Ariane and I'm a data space solution architect working for Ionos. And today I'm going to talk about the technical convergence and the importance of unity when it comes to different technologies that we're dealing with. So it's a real honor to stand before some of the brightest people that I know and that I got to meet during the past year that I've been working in the field. And we are all here today for a singular purpose, to connect people, connect ideas, technologies, companies, and more importantly, different communities. As you already may know, Ionos is the European cloud provider, and we are proud to be active in different initiatives, such as Gaia-X, GXFS, IDSA, and also contributing to the EDC. And we're doing that to empower people to have more control over their data. The EU is leading the way in data sovereignty and data protection, and we should all be proud of that. The initiatives that I named and many others are pioneering efforts in underlying the immense potential that it comes with the data economies. But of course, we also face some challenges. So, the lesson we learned from the projects that I mentioned, and they were in the previous slide, is that although the need is clear, but the path comes with some obstacles. So the solutions, the consumers are a bit overwhelmed with different solutions out there, with various solutions out there, and with hundreds of pages of specifications and documentation sometimes. But hey, the challenges are natural, right? We're exploring new territories. So it comes with some challenges, and that's quite expected. So what's our way forward? What can we do about this? I want to give you an example about WordPress. Many of you already know this content management system, WordPress. This is an open source and free software solution that powers up to 65% of all websites on the internet. WordPress succeeds because it focuses on its core functionalities while creating a marketplace for different software components, extensions, themes, and plugins around it. Now take GXFS as another example that offers robust components. And the key to a broader vision is not an isolated excellence. We know many of these initiatives, GXFS, IDSA, EDC, iShare, Fiverr, and we're collaborating with all of them. But many of them are offering the solutions on their own. So the key is to bring all of these closer together and to unite to create the core functionalities as free and open source software solutions that everyone could use. So my call to action today is to let's combine our strengths in different organizations and different initiatives to create the perfect core components that are making us able to build federated data and services spaces. I can imagine a day in which you can run a data space or a federated ecosystem as simple as you can run a WordPress website. It should be achievable and available to everyone. I don't think it's a dream. I think it's too early to compete over the core components that we're building. We hear from different organizations try to come up with the yet next best thing. But the competition, to my opinion, could happen in the future when we are all benefiting from various free open source software components. And we can build $1 billion marketplace as WordPress has it right now around the plugins, extensions, and themes. And my final message is also to the communities. So as you can see, everyone wants open source software, but no one wants to take responsibility for it. Everyone is expecting someone else to build something for them to be used. And this is also one of the lessons learned in different projects that we're working on, because all of them depend on components from GXFS, from IDSA, EDC, and they face a lot of challenges, and they have to build a lot of workarounds and solutions to fully implement the existing components, but they rarely contribute back to the community. So my message is, if you're using open source, please contribute back to it. Fix a typo. If you find admin credentials somewhere, fix it. Or at least try to fix it or report it back to the community. And that's how open source works. So I wanted to have this short session to have the sort of neutral message of unity among all different initiatives. And thank you very much for your time and for your attention.
So much, Ariane. I can hand you a mic. Just because, just in the name of justice, I'd like to ask just one question, because you said they are always crying for someone else. But the thing is, we all think that we cannot do it. How or what is your advice to overcome that feeling of, I cannot do it?
Yeah, absolutely. So most of the times we see a lot of experts working on different projects, and they try to resolve really big problems. And these guys know how to deal with open source software, but the problem is either due to the time or, I don't know, the motivation. They normally don't contribute back to the society, to the community. Mm-hmm. And my message is to be more humble and try to be more agile. So try to contribute back.
So that's a mindset change. Thank you very much, Ariane, for this short insight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now that we've learned about community building, I'd like to hear from a member of the community how they implement GXFS. And my next guest represents MSG, the consortium leader of the project Gaia-X for PLC AAD. That's a lot of letters, I know, but the last A and D stand for automated driving, so it belongs to the Future Mobility Project family of Gaia. And what the consortium's take on a federated catalog looks like is now presented to you by MSG business consultant Lena Sauermann. Welcome on stage, Lena.
Yeah, thanks everyone. How does this work? It's complicated. Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Alexa, for the nice introduction. PLC AAD stands for Product Lifecycle Across Automated Driving. And as mentioned, we are part of the project family Future Mobility. I want to quickly show you how our project is structured. We are mainly driven by 3 use cases, and the first one is simulation. This covers all about simulation data like maps and scenarios. as well as simulation services. The second one is the so-called bullwhip effect. This focuses on multi-party surveys to solve demand variations among supply chains. And the third one is so-called predictive maintenance. This focusing on the product life cycle of automated lane keeping sensors with digital twins. And below that we have two main working packages. The first one focusing on architectural aspects and the second one focusing on infrastructure. Now I want to show you how our architecture, or how we imagine the architecture in our data ecosystem. So you see we have three main roles. The first one is of course the participant, the second one is the federator, and the third one is the credential issuer. Inside of the infrastructure of our participant, we have an Eclipse data space component, a connector running with the corresponding data dashboard, and if it's a provider, he may also want to provide assets in the data ecosystem. Then for the SSI support, we use a credential issuing app. This is currently an own developed one and not the GXFS one. We are currently trying to figure out if we can switch this. And of course, the participant has a wallet to store his credentials. Then what is special in our data ecosystem is that we use a public blockchain, the Thesis blockchain, and also an IPFS, so a decentralized file system to store our self-descriptions in it. For that, we developed an EDC extension and an interface so that the participants' EDC can connect and communicate with the blockchain. And also in the federator infrastructure running is an ecosystem and a monitoring service, and currently a Gaia-X clearinghouse, which contains the compliance service, the registry, and the notice tree registration number. Now we come to the federated catalog, which we are using currently in combination with an own marketplace front end. The catalog has also an interface to the blockchain so that it can get the self-descriptions from the blockchain and can save it into the federate in the catalog. And it also communicates with the clearinghouse. Another component we have is our own developed self-description creator. It's a tool developed by MSG, and this allows us to create and sign self-descriptions out of claims and then save them directly in the catalog. This is also the part I want to focus on today. So I want to show you quickly the workflow, how we do this. But first, let me give you more details about the catalog and how we are using it. And the catalog for us is a centralized storage for the self-descriptions and also for the defined shapes in our data ecosystem. So, which is cool regarding the catalog is that we can save their shapes that we defined in our ecosystem and that our participants can use. It is also, as I said, the backend of our marketplace and portal. So the catalog offers interfaces to search for data. So we use this to get the participant have a front end to search the catalog. Also, it communicates to the Gaia-X registry so that we can make sure that only Gaia-X compliant self-descriptions are saved in the catalog. And last but not least, our self-description creator, which is an open source tool, which has an API interface where we can sign and create self-descriptions. Now, let's see how this is working for us. So this whole process is automated, and we implemented inside of this multi-party survey tool a process that every time a survey or a survey result is created, we automatically extract the claims from it. And then with the self-description creator, we then convert these claims into valid signed self-descriptions and then load them into the federated catalog. And after this, the participant or anyone in the data ecosystem can look into our portal and marketplace frontend and find the survey or the survey result. Yeah, after this whole theory, I quickly want to demonstrate this to you. I hope everyone can see it. I'm not sure if the video is running. I think it's a bit dark, maybe. Yeah, so here you should see our claims. I just manually extracted them now. We defined these claims, or the structure of the claims within our project. I hope the video is really running, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, you see, for example, or you don't see it. Yeah, okay, it's running. Yeah, so now I go to our self-description creator and copy the claims into it, and now we really have an API call. We can send it, and it will be created a self-description. The self-description is signed, and now we can use this self-description to send it to the catalog. Okay, you see my access token ran out of time, so I quickly need to get a new one. And yeah, now I got the access token, and then I send it to the catalog, finally. Yeah, so this worked. Now the self-description is in our catalog, and everyone can go to the front end and see it. Yeah, here you see our search mask. They have 3 major fields. This one, which you currently see as the most important one, these are all the shapes that are currently in our catalog. So every time we can search for certain types of shapes. So yeah, and if you see now the search domain adapts to the search. You see also here, if I click on a different one, you see also the types we can search for changes. So now I want to search for our survey. I just want to get every survey. So I click search. We're searching in the catalog for all the surveys that has this shape. You see all the ones, and here you see the one I just created. It's the GXFS Connect test. If you click on the detail page, you also see the details. Yeah. What you currently not see, what I will show you in a different one, is the possibility in the catalog to link self-descriptions to each other. So we see here we have another survey, and we linked currently the corresponding survey result data, which is really cool. Yeah. Is the video? I think the video's finished. Yeah. No, is the video not finished? Okay, yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah. This was our quick introduction. We also have an info point in the church, so if you want to have further information or see the UI really not so black and white, or like not really, you can always come to our info point. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lena. That was kind of super techy stuff, but it's also super cool to see, not only for the community, but also for the GXFS team, what you've presented, and that your solution is really based on the Federation services. That's really nice. Thank you very much. No, thank you. That's very nice. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but we run out of time if we do that every time. So most of you may have also heard of Sovereign Cloud Stack, or beneath the GXFS, another funded project to promote safe and trustworthy basic infrastructure for future data ecosystems. Friederike Selke, and she's community manager, and ecosystem manager Alexander Dierb will now show us their vision of a cloud provider network that is able to function as a virtual hyperscaler, and what this has to do with Kubernetes. Smart Cloud Grid, network for a sovereign cloud infrastructure. Welcome, Friederike and Alexander.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm not sure that we really talk about Kubernetes. Do we talk about Kubernetes? Maybe you talk about Kubernetes. I'm not talking about Kubernetes. Anyhow, so let me get this. So how do I move forward here? Yeah. Okay, that may work. First of all, I will try to highlight a problem statement, which is for the sovereign cloud stack, which is very similar to actually what GXFS is trying to address. And GXFS is providing with this tool set a foundation for digital federations and for database spaces, right? It's a prerequisite. And so is cloud computing. A cloud computing technology, even underlying a data space, you wouldn't run a data space or a federation without cloud computing. So it's actually even the further fundament of that. And more so in presence, and I don't think that there is a dissensus here in the room, and certainly in the future, cloud computing resources or computing resources will be provided by cloud computing environments, by cloud environments. That will be the future. For organizations and for people and for everybody who's consuming and who's building digital products and services for their customers. Now, because that is so fundamental, it's probably wise to understand and to think about what consequences it has when you build on a certain technology or when you select one, and specifically what the dependency you have besides of the capabilities with respect to digital sovereignty for sure. And what I'd like to very quickly give a perspective here is on the current market situation. And that is one perspective. You may have others, or there's certainly other ways to look at it, but that's one way. And one thing that I list here 3 classes of providers. The first one is the hyperscalers, and we know them. And typically, what hyperscalers what hyperscalers do have is they do have their own technology stack, which they built because they are very powerful and they have a lot of development resources. And they also run and operate their own data centers. That's typical that this is tied together. And that means when you go with them, then you probably stay with them for a while or forever, because that is proprietary and that's specific to this class. But the distribution is a lot because they just have a lot of data centers, right? So you can choose between the data centers, but you probably stay with this one provider. And the second class is there are independent data center providers which run a proprietary stack. And one of the biggest one is probably VMware. So there are a lot of independent data centers and they have VMware installed. And that means that the operations, well, you can choose between different operators, but you are stuck with a technology. But you have a lot of different data centers and a lot of different operators because the distribution is large. And the third class is there are independent data centers, data center providers, which build on open source technology, right? Now the problem here is that they do often take an open source technology, OpenStack, which is a common standard, and then they customize that to their own requirements and needs. So it becomes some sort of specific. So you actually can choose between the data centers and you have a technology which is widely spread, but, the distribution, that was the last point. Let me go back here. The distribution is very low. You probably are stuck with the data center and the technology. And I hand over to Federica.
Thank you. As Alexander pointed out, cloud technology is the very base of what we are doing here and will be in future raised. But, and when Gaia-X started, many voices were raised that they will build a European hyperscaler. As we all know, that was never the goal, but it was said. And do we need one? For me, and we are all here to do federation services, no, we don't want one big European hyperscaler, big tech, We want a network of companies, European or not European, to collaborate and together outcompete the big tech. This is our vision, and we want to introduce this smart cloud grid as a network. And it will be, or our vision is to become this cloud grid hyperscaler-like. This like is very important because we don't want to copy the idea. We want to make it better and European. This smart cloud grid is a cloud or a network built by many and operated by many. It is based on standardized, interoperable, open source, production-ready, digital sovereign cloud infrastructure. That was a lot of buzzwords, but I will explain it further on. It is operated by several cloud service providers who work collaboratively together. The network provides multi-cloud services like scalability and all specific services of the different providers, so it gets the strength of all the parties who are involved in the network. In addition to the cloud providers, it is also built by supporters, integrators, consultants, and of course the open source communities. It can't live without the communities who work together, develop openly, share their knowledge, and operate transparently. And for me, as I'm a community manager, the very heart of this network are the common values. All partners within this network understand digital sovereignty to be more than just offering GDPR-compliant services. This software should be open source, or needs to be open source, to avoid vendor lock-in and to offer the ability to update, develop, and customize this software. All development is transparently documented and shared. This software stack is implementing the jointly developed open standards, and in this way completely interoperable and independent of the individual cloud environment. And so it may be also scalable via the connected and collaboratively working partners. And all partners agree to contribute back, and so I just maybe saying the same like my partner, like Jonas. We understand the network as a base of the collaboration platform. So this network is providing more than a sum of the parts. In the base is scalable, high available, and differentiated cloud services within all the infrastructure, cloud, and container technology the hyperscalers offers. So it may be an alternative. It is depending on the partners, of course, but it could be an alternative to the hyperscalers. And all this can be achieved and is already there by sovereign cloud stack technology. This is available thanks to the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, who funded the SCS project in order to support the Gaia-X project. We develop and integrate the whole cloud stack, which is of course open source, documented, production ready, and already in use by several cloud service providers like Plus Server. And we think this is the perfect base for such a cloud grid. The grid is not only the perfect base for the hyperscaler-like cloud environment, but also a perfect match for the federation services. The services were developed on top of SCS, and running in GXFS in the smart cloud grid make the usage of all kinds of services, data, collaboration of government, industry and science possible and smooth. The open technology allows for innovation of all layers. And but last but not least, we love to be part of the Gaia-X community, and we love to collaborate with all of you and yeah, make the services running in the smart cloud grid.
Ike and Alexander for this short pitch. There might be some questions left open, but you're here for the rest of the day, so have a chat and have a good networking event so far. Thanks very much. Trust and sovereignty, that's the buzzwords that comes down wherever we, or whatever we talk about. They are keywords when it comes to data sharing, and we are all well aware of that. We are all well aware of the challenges we face when it comes to find practical solutions. That's why I'm very happy that Sven Löffler is here. He's a high-level expert in business intelligence and data economy. He currently serves as tribe and chapter lead for the Telecom Data Intelligence Hub, the DIH, and he now will present a concept on how to foster trust and compliance for data spaces. Very nice to have you here. Welcome on stage, Sven.
So, thank you very much. What I brought with me is to give an overview why it is important to have the Gaia-X clearinghouse service in a data space working. Second, how it looks like, and then, of course, we have time for discussions. I think we can skip this quick. What is here important, right? We're talking about decentralized infrastructures. Of course, we have participants in a data space. We have data providers and recipients available. I'm already on it. Maybe. Be so kind. And now I'm here. Off you go. I go back and forward. So here I am, back again. So this was a picture. Decentralized infrastructure, right? And what is here important, right? To make really sustainable business application and use cases available that we can rely on from the first moment and over the years. And of course, what is important, verified participants, that we are trusting our partners in the network, right? And this is a basic for the Gaia-X clearinghouse services. And we really, as a first moment, thought about how we can build and establish this trust in one data space, but in the interconnection between other data spaces. For that reason, we developed over the last, and we announced it in Vienna, that we are one of the operators of a Gaia-X clearinghouse, and we now delivered and developed with one of the Lighthouse projects this clearinghouse services, and we are operating this from today on. So that means it is available. It's not a future, it's a dream, it's available. And it's built on trust and security. And what kind of services we are incorporated are crucial. We took 3 services from the Gaia-X clearinghouse: notarization, registry, and the verification. Registry, our open public key, or our key is sitting in the registry, of course. Then we establish a notarization service. We use the open source notarization services that is available, but we extended the service with a commercial service. So that means we have trusted partners behind the scenes that are doing this kind of verification for us. That means it's a mixture of open source and commercial services, and then we are issuing the verified credential on top, for the idea that we have a secure, trusted ecosystem where each partner in such an ecosystem can trust each other in every moment. And the question is how often we are validating, if we are doing it during registration, do we doing it during exchange. That depends on the operator. So that means we are flexible. So that means the verification happens as a service. So that means the operator is calling an API, and then it's happening automatically. And that is a little bit the idea. So that means it is an interactive service. Of course, it is based on the Gaia-X principles. This is Gaia-X compliance on the Trust Framework 2210. And of course, we are issuing at the end an IDAS conform certificate, right? That comes, and that will be bundled in the data space as a service, and it can run on any cloud. As the colleagues just explained, independently where you are, the operator decides where it should run. And of course, it is then an interactive managed service, and that's for me really crucial. We are abstracting the complexity, and you will see it in a minute how it looks like. So that means no coding, no command lines. It's a user interface, a UI, where our operators can use it seamless and integrate this in their application and their flow of operations and integration and registration. That is really important. So let me look how it looks like, right? That is a sneak preview. As I said, it's live. It's developed with one of the Lighthouse projects. If you're interested, I can tell you more during the breaks or in the evening. So that is the way how it looks like. As you see here, increased trust in ecosystems, right? You can decide if you're interested in an unlimited version. That means unlimited call of APIs. So that means the services in behind the scenes is running unlimited, right? Depends how many verifications you would like to have. Or in other Lighthouse projects, we are seeing that maybe only 115 participants or 100 or 300 verifications should happening. So that means you can select based on your situation, if you have a real mature data space in production, or you have maybe a sandbox where you play around. For that reason, we have different flavors, an unlimited version and a limited version. As I said, it's a clearinghouse nodes that we are operating there, and then you're going through the procedure to get verified, right? That is the first step. This is all UI-based, but it could be also API-driven, of course. And here what you have to do, enter your credentials, right? Here is the street address, details, and so on and so forth. Of course, then comes a path for the commercial identification. And this is what I said. We have open source trusted partners, and we have commercial partners that are verifying the credentials here. And this is an example for the Handelsregister as an example that you can type in, VET ID as another thing, IORI as another one. So that means, and even open corporates, maybe you heard about this, is also part of our game. So that means it is in a way bundled. Then you're accepting terms and conditions, and then you are verified. And even the management of the credentials and the revoking and the validation of it is here manageable and seeable, as you see it here as a flags, verified, expired. So that means then you have to verify it again. And that is a little idea. So that means at the end, of course, you have also the technical details, but for the operators, and for the guys who are using it, this is more crucial and important that they have it seamless integrated in their application. And that is really how it looks like. And it's really nice because this has a global coverage. So we are supporting out of the box 195 customers. So it's a worldwide coverage. Even in China and all the other markets are included. Only a few countries are missing. As I said, this is the first release out today. And we are, of course, enhancing this per release where we are going. And but what we are really happy is that these services are available, robust, and we work jointly with the Gaia-X clearinghouse team together, Roland's team, to develop the software over 6 months from the really early beginning, and then a few months later that is really in production available. So that means we can build trust in data space from now on, and I'm happy in the next step to create the next big thing with our other operators to really create the interconnectivity of these verified credentials. I think this is for the next step really important, that we are not have one operator, we have many operators that are exchanging then the credentials in their data space. And with that, over to you, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sven. That was a lot of information in a very short time. I'm sorry for that, but it was quite interesting and very nice of you to make it follow easily. Because you went into technical details, but anyone, I think, could follow very easily. And as you mentioned, you are here during the breaks. Well, we don't have any more breaks, but we have the networking evening coming up, so you'll be there for more questions. Thank you very much, Sven Löffler. And thanks to everyone to present your solutions to us. Now feel free to mingle and have chats. There might be some more questions coming up, and people want to learn from your processes. Processes and operation, that's what we are going to continue the program with. The next panel discussion is dealing with the question, how does the operation of large federated data ecosystems work? We are discussing that from a provider's perspective, precisely my expert colleague Vivian Witt, who is here. We'll discuss it with her guest. Vivian leads the dissemination activities in the GXFS team in Germany and is also a project manager for Gaia-X and cloud services at Echo. Nice to have you here, Vivian. I leave the stage to you.
Thanks, Alexa. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Great. So, yes. So it's my honor today to moderate a panel where we will talk about the big question, how does the operation of a federated cloud ecosystem actually work? And I'm very happy to have some extremely skilled experts with me on the panel today, and I'm going to call you up to the stage now. First, let me ask Harald Summer to join me here. Harald, the stage is yours. Please have a seat. Next up, let me invite Christian Schmitz from PlusServer to also join us here. Christian, you brought all your friends and colleagues here today. I know you're here with a big crowd. So next up, let me call also to the stage Catherine Simonin from Orange Business. Very happy to have you with us today, Catherine. And the final speaker is coming right in here. We have Maria Barros-Weiss from Jonas joining us also on the stage. So, great. All right, so let me get settled here with my notes real quick, but maybe we can already start because all of you are involved in many different Gaia-X projects. I know, for example, Maria, Jonas is involved in, I think, 8 out of the 6 out of the 11 Gaia-X funded projects by the German government right now. I know PlusServer is also involved everywhere. So Maria, we give you a second to breathe, and maybe Christian, you can kick us off and tell us how PlusServer is involved with these different projects.
Okay, so I think for technology partners, it makes sense to be involved in several projects, right? Because we heard about convergence, and this is the best way also to create these convergence. We are in 6 projects, it's true, but 4 of them are working in very specific sectors, vertical sectors, and therefore it allows us to create the alignment between the functional requirements and the technologies that can serve these requirements.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Take a second to arrive. Christian, maybe from the PlusServer perspective, you can tell us which projects you guys are involved with.
Yeah, thank you, Vivian. I think for us, one of the core projects that we do in the Gaia-X context is the Telos project, which is a project aiming at unifying the network layer and ensuring that there is a distributed fabric of trust across the system. But I would also like to point out that we as PlusServer are not only involved in projects, but we also have a large operational, non-funded project already out in Gaia-X, which is Gaia-X compliant, Gaia-X based, and it has tens of thousands of users and will probably be in the millions of users next year. But it's not publicly known yet, but it's already in pre-production. So that's also for us the biggest success in context of Gaia-X, that we have an operational project and not a research project.
Okay, maybe you can give us more insights about this in a minute, but if you're saying it's still a bit under wraps, I'm not sure how much you can share. But Harald, let me turn to you. I think many people here in the room, I think if not everybody, knows you because you're one of the founding fathers of Gaia-X, I would say. And as part of GXFS, obviously, you are also involved in one of the Gaia-X projects, which is called Telos. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about what exactly you are trying to do with Telos and what kind of gap you are trying to address.
Yeah, actually, I'm one of the founders of Gaia-X, and it is now almost 4 years ago that we met first somewhere in Berlin and discussed the possibility to create an alternative to the hyperscalers. And We as GXFS, we are an infrastructure provider. We saw and see still our role in Gaia-X and in this environment as the partner for interconnecting all the partners in these projects. So we stand for the lower part of the X, the infrastructure. And in this project Telos, we have 3 goals. Standardization of the interconnection interfaces with other exchanges. There are some hundreds in Europe and 1,000 or more globally. So we create standards for them to become part of Gaia-X. Secondly, we're working together with our partners in the automatization, the provisioning of connections to a fabric, to a cloud, to a data center, to a certain application. And finally, as a proof of concept, we have a project or a partner that needs to have Gaia-X and an exchange and a cloud and a lot of data in a real-time environment. And how does this work? How does it work to have latencies below 5 milliseconds? How does it work to be not in the center, but on the edge of applications? And this is the complete set of aspects that is covered by Telos, and we are improving.
Great. And with this, I think Telos is also a project that is very different from many of the other Gaia-X projects that are more use case driven, let's say, or that have different application areas, let's say, right? More almost consumer oriented. So I think with Telos, you're more at the business B2B level almost, right? Or can you elaborate a bit more on the business model behind it?
For company, it is not easy to get all the services that you need from your production facility, from your machine, up to a data center, up to an application, up to a centralized organization that works on your data. And the real-time aspect is you have the service provider, you have the cloud provider, you have the interconnection provider, you have the data center, and maybe several data centers and several service providers. And these relations to automate and to bring into a structure that it can easily used, that is the main challenge in this project. It sounds easy, but just to give you an example, 2 years, 3 years ago, it needed 3 to 5 days provisioning when we said, if you want to connect an exchange. Today, we do this in 2 minutes because it's automated. We have all these processes automated that they go by themselves. But if you move out of the environment of the exchange, go into a data center, go to a cloud service provider, and so on, all these steps have also to be provisioned, and this to automate, that's really a challenge.
And now next, Katrin, I'd like to ask you, because you are the tech lead trust for Orange Business, and you came all the way from the south of France for us here today. So welcome again, and thank you for coming all this long way. And of course, we also want to give you an opportunity to briefly explain how Orange is, as obviously the biggest French telco provider, how are you guys also involved with Gaia-X, and what is your take on the future of digital ecosystems?
Okay, thank you. Yes, Orange is one of the founder also of Gaia-X. We are not offering only telcos, we are also offering digital services such as cloud, but also cyber security, software, and so on. I am part of Gaia-X in the Thomas work group, the compliance one, which is funnier than he said, and you are welcome to join. And we are involved in technical also committees and in other privacy rules committees. So we are present in Gaia-X. We are working a lot in several ecosystem building or data space building. For example, Data Hub that Christophe Gervais will speak about tomorrow, more in detail. What Orange as a telco provider can bring to this ecosystem, it's because, as explained by Adrien, that I don't know yet, the cooperation internal cooperation is really mandatory to succeed and to build an ecosystem with a European ecosystem with sovereignty. So as a telco, we are used to do that. It's in our DNA to do interoperability and international cooperation, even with our competitors. It's part of our job to standardize, to be part of it, knowing that it will take months, but it's really mandatory to succeed. So I think it's important. We also are used to do that with big companies and smaller, like SMEs. Whatever the size is, it's the most important is what they can bring to the ecosystem, and we know that we are doing that ecosystem also to onboard easily SMEs. So that's why we are so much engaged. We think we can bring something. We know that we are at the beginning of the journey, and we want to be one of the most main trust actor in this ecosystem and data spaces building.
For me, when I started working on the Gaia-X Federation Services project, I sometimes had a hard time understanding why private companies are so keen to support free and open source software. And I think you all sitting here on this panel really shows that at the highest level, there's clearly a strategic decision made in your companies to push in this direction. And so I'd like to discuss with you how you think FOSS components such as the Gaia-X Federation Services can really help make the operation of large data ecosystems a reality, and how you as cloud providers plan to really use it. So maybe Maria, you could start, and then of course please feel free to chime in. Christian, I know, is very fond of these issues, and Katrin is also looking. So yeah, maybe Maria, you can kick it off.
Yes. So as Catherine said, collaboration is very important, right? And for the industry to be involved in this technology development, it really makes the difference, because we can translate the needs of the market there. We can really build in technologies that make sense and address the problems, the gaps of the market. So participating in these initiatives like Gaia-X Federated Service and having these developments as free open source helps first to become de facto standards. I had this talk even during the break about this. And then creating technologies in an open way, transparent way, fair, and that it's meaningful for the different stakeholders, because mainly in topics like data spaces, first they involve different technology topics like telecommunications, cloud, AI, IoT, and so on. Then it involves different stakeholders, right? And if we collaborate all together in these developments, and if they are open source, then it makes also the usage be spread faster as well.
Yeah, Christian, maybe you want to comment on this, because at Plus Server you are the director for open source. What are your takes on how can FOSS software be commercialized as well and used for businesses like yours to meet customer demands?
Thank you. Well, I think that generally we have made the choice to use Sovereign Cloud Stack that was present here before as a key component of our Plus Cloud Open. And the reason for that is when you look at FOSS, it often says it's free open source software, right? I would like to ask the question, if it's really free. Well, monetarily it is usually, but it requires a contribution or an engagement with technology. So the free component is actually, I would say in many cases, from a different motivation. It's not free open source, it's freedom open source, because it gives those who commit strategically to an open source software stack the freedom that they are not dependent on anyone, right? So I would say freedom is not free, so you should not expect it to be free, but you should enjoy the freedom of open source, and I think that's going to become a much bigger factor for enterprises and also public sector entities in making software choices that not only last 10 years, but maybe 50 years.
Katrin, Catherine, would you like to comment on this as well?
Yes, I agree with what Maria and Christian said. I want just to add that this is a way to reach sovereignty, open source, because you know the technology as it's open and not free. You can be part of the community that developed it, and so you became autonomous, and this is really the opposite of proprietary technologies. So this is a way to become autonomous and sovereign.
Sovereignty, that's a really good buzzword that I think, Harald, I'd like to ask you about, because as you said, you were one of the founding members of Gaia-X, and you were on the board of Gaia-X for years as well. So I'd like to know your opinion. How do you think the concept of digital sovereignty has influenced the development of Gaia-X, but also how do you see it now? Maybe, let's say, what are we now, 4 years since the initial idea of Gaia-X was floated in the German Economy Ministry?
Yeah, I think the idea of sovereignty was one of the facts why we came together and to discuss how can we get free in our decisions, how we want to develop, exploit cloud services. 4 years ago, it was already at the horizon that the hyperscaler will do it all. And if there is no other choice than 3 or 4 hyperscaler, good luck. So this was, I think, the first step to say we need to become more open in the terms how we decide and how we build our systems based on clouds. The second approach, or the second idea behind sovereignty, is something that we learned from history over the last 2 years. What happened if you were really relying on one or the other political system or technical system. And now everyone really can imagine what happens if you are stuck, if you are as the hamburger between a couple of soft breads below or underneath you. And I think this idea has brought especially the large corporations to Gaia-X and made them to members and brought in their view how it had to look in the future in order to free them from just one choice.
Yeah, and I think we see also related to digital sovereignty that there's big investments happening also, not just in the IT infrastructure, but also in the actual hardware, right? When we think about chips and bringing production of chips back to Europe and even to Germany. So yeah, but let's talk a little bit more about also the concept of trust, because I think this is something that also came up in our briefing discussion. Quite a bit that you all care deeply about. So maybe you can tell me a little bit, as a non-technical person, why is trust so relevant in a digital ecosystem? That would be, I think, interesting to understand what your strategic views around this topic are. Maria, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you. So trust is fundamental for any digital ecosystem, and mainly based on data, like data spaces, right? And trust, it's needed between stakeholders, because these are ecosystems that involve service and infrastructure from different players. This is also one of the fundamentals of Gaia-X, the interoperability, right, that makes it work. And for this, you need trust. You need trust that the system is secure, that the system is reliable. You need trust in the governance, which is very important, the governance in place for the digital ecosystem to work. You need trust also from the side of the users. There is no digital ecosystem or autonomous system that will scale without the trust at different levels.
And Catherine, I believe you also talked about the concept in our pre-meeting, and you said that maintaining rights is especially something that you identified at Orange as a key factor when it comes to also willingness of your customers to move into digital ecosystems.
Yes, I fully agree, because when the data spaces or data ecosystem will have data from competitors, so they need to trust the data system, the data ecosystem, that the data that they know have a lot of value will not be spread everywhere without their agreement. So we think one of the key is to do a tool to manage this access in a very deep manner, not only giving the access, but giving the access use case per use case and the ability to take it back whenever they want, the data owner wants. So direct access agreements that you can give and take back from the data owner. Today it's not the case, and this is something important to build.
And is that something that, Christian, do you want to comment on this first?
Yeah, maybe I would like to follow up that the trust issue for me personally also interconnects with the open source issue, right? Because I think it's far easier for entities to trust a process that is based on a peer-reviewed open source framework instead of just trusting an opaque closed source entity or thing or another third party. I think this is why GXFS is so important, because it's an open source, peer-reviewed, open system, so you can actually trust the system and don't have to trust entities.
Yeah,
I would like to add that the community internet exchanges are living in are a very good example for trust and for a growing ecosystem, because mostly unknown, there is no contract if you want to connect to an exchange. We call it this mutual agreement settlement free. So whenever you have your own network defined by an ASN, you can connect to any exchange in this world, and you will find the same standards, the same procedures globally. And you don't have to sign any agreement that makes you liable for anything or vice versa. So I think this is a good example how I think Gaia-X could develop into the future, because to come to the point that it became an ecosystem, it took at least 5 to 10 years. It was not born as an ecosystem, it has to develop into an ecosystem.
Yeah, and I see that Alexa has already got some questions for us from the audience.
Yeah, I try to bring them in a certain order. So as you talked about sovereignty and trust right there, I take this one first. How was end-user data sovereignty achieved by GXFS after establishing a contract for consuming a service that processed data published on a federated catalog?
Okay, that's a very specific one that I think the experts from our previous panels would have been able to answer with a little more detail. But maybe we can take the question at a bit of a higher level, let's say, and talk about the first part of it, and that was how the end-user rights are maintained, right?
Yeah, how is the end-user data sovereignty achieved?
Exactly. So maybe, I'm not sure who wants to go first. Catherine, do you want to say a few words about it, how you want to achieve this at Orange?
I have the feeling that the trust at the infrastructure layer is to be able to take this commitment that only the data owner will be able to reach his data and the operator of this federated infrastructure, and only them. So it's a way to guarantee, to commit on the sovereignty end-to-end to the customers. I cannot reply to the GXFS tools. I think it's in addition to go deeper in that when we add services on top of this infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. As an infrastructure provider, let's zoom out and get back to what you talked about before. As an infrastructure provider, how active are you with respect to building federations, which you eventually only host?
Interesting. So that maybe relates a bit to the question and the role of the federator, right? Yeah. In the context of Gaia-X federations. I think maybe, Maria, this would be one for you to explain a little bit about your role in the different projects and how you envisage your role going forward.
Yeah, but if you can, because I missed the point, the focus of the question, as infrastructure. provider?
I think the question was more the role of a cloud provider in providing infrastructure, but then also kind of in the future, where do you see the role going? So for example, I'm thinking of the role of a federator, right?
Okay.
So the federator in the Gaia-X context would be the one who provides the different services for the data ecosystem or data space, as we sometimes call it, or the federation. So maybe assessing a little bit the business potential as well that you see there.
Yes, that in the end is the topic of this panel, exactly, right? So as infrastructure providers, we need to create, to enable these data spaces, and we need to build the tools that allow to the stakeholders from the different sectors to create their specific data spaces in terms of federators, for instance, or federations for specific sectors or specific regions. We need to enable the technologies that allows them to build these federators, involving the security, involving the sovereignty components, but also interoperability, right? And in fact, doesn't mean that the infrastructure provider needs to be the operator as well, but needs for sure to be partner of this operator. So in the end, we are again talking about ecosystems. The data spaces are also ecosystems involving always multiple players, multiple stakeholders.
Can you talk a bit more maybe about the challenges that you see here in the operation of such ecosystems? Maybe that's a good question to pick up on this.
About the
challenges that you see in operating such large data ecosystems?
In the end, it goes up to creating trust. Because in any ecosystem with multi-players, you need to have trust in order to use solutions also from the other players, to make your solutions available to the other players, because the end-to-end system will be composed by solutions, by services and infrastructure from different players. But you need also to make it adaptable and flexible enough to serve the requirements from the players that will be coming in the applications, in the more over-the-top layers.
If I can add something, I have the feeling that when you have so many different actors, the issue in operating it is also to know who is in charge of what, who is responsible of what, in case there is an issue. Sometimes it's happened, to be able to really reach the good responsibility very quicker and correct it very quicker. I think it's one of the big challenges.
Yes, I agree, to trust on the governance structure as well. So the governance structure is very important. And this openness, these collaborations are also very important in order to have both dimensions together, governance, technology, and the feedback also to the regulations and policies.
And especially in a decentralized ecosystem, I imagine, because normally we rely on one operator, one instance, or one authority to turn to, and if we don't have that anymore, I guess the processes and structures and the governance, as you say, become even more important, so that we can have the trust in the ecosystem and that we can have critical mass of companies joining an ecosystem, right? But I think maybe, Alexa, you have another question for us.
Yeah, they're coming more in right now.
Wow, as we speak.
Yeah.
It's great to see we have a good audience, very active.
We had that question before, the definition. If you ask like 10 people in the room for a definition of something, they always answer differently. So what is your definition of a data space? Is it only a marketplace for data? Is the end user taken into consideration, or is it only about B2B data?
That's an interesting question that I think it's worth asking each one of you for a quick answer. What is a data space?
So a data space it's both. So, and altogether, it's an ecosystem that is based on data sharing. So in the sense of having players that will need to consume data for their business cases, but having also players that are there to offer their data in a sovereign way, respecting the ownership of this data. So data space is all the sets from the infrastructure side to the applications, involving indeed the technology providers, but up to the the sector providers, the sector players, and the users as well.
Great. For me, the data space is an easier concept than the data ecosystem of a sector. So it's a kind of small word for the same thing. And data space is some sector per sector a way to build an ecosystem, a data ecosystem to ease use cases per sector. But for me, data space or data ecosystem is the same.
I would not fit with the Gaia-X definition, but generally answer that as a virtual collection of structured and unstructured data with optional access and federation based on a rights concept.
Getting more abstract here.
Yeah, I have a special view on data spaces. From a technology or from a technical point of view, for me, data spaces is nothing else but web servers for data. It is part of a cloud system, yes, but it's just addressable space where I can get information in terms of data. And to connect them, it's a good idea, but it doesn't make a cloud service.
And so maybe the follow-up question to you then, why do you think not everyone is already doing this today? What is the big challenge?
Well, sharing data is something that sounds easy, and when it comes to the point where you really have to deliver your data, to open your treasures for the usage of the data, then it becomes difficult. Just think of yourself. If you have to open your, let's say, medical data to whomever it is available, it could be worse sharing it with any industries. They can learn from your data. But do you want this? Do you want this? Huh?
I think many people would say no. No.
Many people would say no. So there's still a lack of confidence and trust. Even we make it trustful in technical terms, but in the head there are still questions.
Katrin, would you say that this skepticism, I remember there was a study some years ago of Germans being particularly skeptical to share their personal data with others, and I'm just wondering, do you think that's a German topic, or is that the same in France?
I think it's probably, I don't know for German, but I cannot imagine worse than in France. So yes, of course, and for example, the health data space is really something key. We are working on it for the French one. I don't see it easily at a European level because there are so many regulations per country that it's really a key one. But we have more easily, we can start by education, for example. It's a more easier one, sorry. We are working on also, and it's probably less sensitive data, and we are also working on it. So.
Yeah. And maybe, yeah, Maria?
Yeah, so just to complement and addressing the example from Harold on your personal medical data, if there is trust and there is transparency in the systems, if there is transparency for you to understand with whom and for what you are sharing your data, you would be surprised, right? Because yes, many of us will think, oh, I will not share my data for pharmaceutical companies to make money out of it. But several of us may have already had the case of being on holidays, for instance, in another country, needing to go to the doctor, to the hospital, and they wished there was a system where their data would be there available for the doctors there. And just one more remark, it's the ChatGPT. This is a critical example that is not transparent. It's not known all the data that we upload when we use ChatGPT, where it is used, yet everyone is using ChatGPT.
I think, yeah, okay, before we dive into the ChatGPT discussion, I think I wanted to stick a bit to the health topic, because I think it's a great example and a good segue into the topic of compliance as well, because you, Katrin, are involved in the compliance working group, from what I understood. So my question would be, obviously as a technology expert, how do you think automation in the context, for example, of the GXFS compliance components, but also with other components, how do you think automation can be helpful to create trust, especially, for example, in areas where we really care that laws like, you know, the GDPR at EU level are adhered to?
Automation for me is not a question, it's just mandatory. We cannot wait for an answer, so everything should start by being automated, in fact. So not easy to answer what else could be done. Not sure in my point of view, everything should be since the beginning automated. The example is more, for example, in an operational way. If you do everything by scripting and then put it in the system, it's not one guy who did badly something, it's the script, and it's easier to find out who wrote the script. You have a way to check it before putting it in the system. So it's in operational way, yes, you can create trust by being everything automated, but for me, it's quite obvious that it will not be seen by the end user. This is the issue, that it will not be seen.
Christian, would you agree with this? Or how do you think?
Something.
Not sure? Okay.
Not my area of expertise, really.
Easy question.
Good. So I think, Maria, maybe one thing that I wanted to ask you as well was about the Gaia-X projects that Jonas is involved with. And maybe you can explain a little bit more, because we kind of glossed over it in the beginning very briefly, right? We know you're involved in 6, you said. But what exactly are you doing in these projects? Are you doing the same for each and every one of them? And what synergies can you use by working in so many different projects?
Yeah, so in fact, we are developing common technologies, right? And so these 6 projects, 4 are for very specific vertical sectors, and we have in the consortium the players, the knowledge from these sectors. Then 2 other are more on the infrastructure side, one being Telos, it was already here discussed, which is more on the network layer, and in the end is something that is also building technology for the other projects, because it's building technology in order to enable these data spaces in any sector. Because, of course, there are many network solutions out there, but this platform that Telos is building is using the Gaia-X federated service, the Gaia-X components, other data space components that have been developing in these collaborations and innovation initiatives. So, and the OpenGPT being for the interface with human, and we spoke even already here about large language models, so the OpenGPT is exactly for large language models in the context of Gaia-X, so using Gaia-X specification, compliant with Gaia-X specifications. Are we doing the same thing in all the projects? No, what we are doing is validating Gaia-X architecture towards different sectors. And at the same time, in this specific tool, creating infrastructure that will enable the data spaces in different vertical sectors.
And I imagine there's very different challenges for different sectors that you are involved in.
Exactly. So there are very different challenges, and here the challenge is to translate these functional challenges into technical solutions.
Great. Alexa is giving me the sign that we have a few more questions.
Just a few more, and I have the feeling that people want to dive deeper into special use cases. So one question is, do you have experience with trusted research environments or secure research environments? I don't know what this experience is referring to, but is there anyone who has experience in this field.
That sounds very
specific. Yeah, yeah.
But
Katrin,
maybe Katrin, yeah.
I don't know if it answered the question, but last summer, not this summer, but the one before, we did an experimentation on a secure open solution, which is PFI Inspire to secure containers and access data. So it's another way to manage accesses, not for personal, not for person access, but for container, for example. So it's a start. Don't know if it answered the questions.
I don't know either, but the one who asked it may come to you afterwards. Then another use case would be smart city and rural areas. The question is, who is able to ensure, or is it possible to ensure the foundation for smart city and rural area for real-time environments in collaboration for digital twins with hyper-convergent infrastructure? Is that possible, and is that a question someone could answer?
Another very specific question. I see Maria wants to reply.
Probably in a too general way, but in fact, so this is what is interesting in the Gaia-X community, Gaia-X initiative, because it works with other initiatives that works in other parts of the infrastructure together, and they try to find, to come together and to fill the gaps. And there are other initiatives as well, much more specific and with lots of technology already developed for smart cities and also for agriculture. And it is known that Gaia-X, IDSA, BDVA, FIWARE, they are all working together in aligning their specifications and in filling the gaps in order to make it possible to bring these data spaces to business cases, these use cases to business cases, also in these sectors that you mentioned, like smart cities and agriculture. And then, because there are always components that are addressing all the sectors, components that are basic components needed, but there are more specific components that probably will be more useful or needed in some sectors and not in the others.
Katrin, I think you wanted to, and Harald as well.
We are also working on smart cities, but the question was, is it working and so on? No, data spaces is taking time to create, so it's on the way. That's why I said the journey will be long. It's on the way. Don't know if it's I don't think it's at the end, it's more at the beginning, I have the feeling, and it will take time, but we are several actors part of it.
Harald, you might add to that.
I would like to give you an example in which direction we are moving in respect to your question. When the internet came from the US into Europe and the rest of the world, people were thinking of one exchange per country. Therefore, we are called GXFS. We were the central point for Germany. And the idea was to keep local traffic local. German traffic has to stay in Germany and not move around the globe. This is now 25 years have gone since the first exchange appeared. Now we have in Germany already 20 exchanges, and if I'm looking into the next 20 years, I can imagine that at least every city has an exchange. City means more than 20 people. And if I look even further into the next 50 years, I can imagine that you need an exchange under every turnpike at the Autobahn, because the self-driving cars need to interconnect the information of each car, and then you cannot send the traffic that is necessary for autonomous driving to a 400-kilometer away data center to be processed. It needs to be processed right at the point where it exists. So
at the edge.
At the edge. So, and I think this will be the development, whether you want it or not.
I think that answers the question satisfiably. And I'd like to go back. No more special questions there. Maybe the final questions. There's a quote from this panel, and I think we should clear the contradiction that was maybe missably taken here. The quote is, share data with service providers to receive service, data processing, and get results back. Does Gaia-X envision supporting data sovereignty in this case? I think I would answer the question at first. Yes, I think there would be, or there was a contradiction. Maybe you can clear up. Maria.
I think maybe that related, Maria, to your idea or explanation of what a data space is. I think you mentioned something about, a place to insert data, and advertise your services, but also purchase services. So maybe consume exactly. Yeah.
Would you like to clear up? So I think the person who asked the question thinks or thought that that's the contradiction, which is not, right? To provide services, to get access to data and provide services and get back results. That's the whole idea, actually, but not in a sovereignty-losing way. That's the thing.
Yeah, also, we mentioned already here, also depends on the governance structure, right? And well, not getting into too many details, because we also have policy and regulation about this. The Data Act, the Data Governance Act also touch these points, right? But if there is transparency in the governance structure, there is also a way of, in a fair way, to consume data, to share share data, and also to offer services and infrastructure. At the same time.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to conclude the round now by asking you all a quick short question. So really a short answer is desired, because we're running out of time and the next panelists are in line to talk more about free and open source software. But yeah, deriving from the title of our panel, I'd like to ask you all, what is, in your view, the #1 criterion for the operation of large federated data ecosystems? So what does it take to work? Harald, do you want to start?
Yeah, we have a special term for this. We call it gravity. So a community, a service, a thing like Gaia-X has to create gravity. That means if you doing this, and you doing this, and you doing this, I will also do it. And this is a process that takes time, a lot of communication, a lot of meetings like this. But I think the key to success is really to create gravity.
So Gaia-X has to be attractive for everyone to join. Great. And I think with events like today, we can hopefully contribute to this. Christian.
Right. I would just like to follow up to what Harald said. I think for gravity to be effective and for it to be a common denominator between everyone, it needs to be an open standard with an open reference implementation.
Okay, so gravity, openness. Katrin, what are you adding to the list?
Cooperation.
Cooperation, very good.
Transparency.
Transparency, perfect. This is a perfect summary. We will write it down and put it on the website so that we all know what we have to do to get large data ecosystems to work. Thank you very much for joining me here today.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks to Vivian for managing that panel. Now that we've learned what is needed at the bottom of the system, we'll address the community using it. We have one last panel inviting the free and open source software community to update us on how or who is driving Gaia-X on a technical level. The FOSS community or the FOSS approaches are becoming increasingly relevant in the growing data economy. And why is that? And what FOSS projects exist in the Gaia-X ecosystem. These are our last questions of today, and it will be discussed by Emma Wehrwein. Again, Emma, welcome back on stage.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. All right, we already heard open source community, cooperation. We just heard it on the last panel. These are important buzzwords also for driving Gaia-X to success. Our next panel, I would like to introduce my panelists for the next 45 minutes. Again, ladies first, I would like to introduce Christina Pauna. She is the community manager of the Gaia-X IISBL. Next, we also have Boris with us. He's coming from the Eclipse Foundation today. Then I would say one of actually the first open source community members of Gaia-X is also joining us on stage today. That's Kai. And last but not least, I like to call him the godfather of the GXFS components. That's Steffen Schulze. All right. Let me check the questions first. Sorry, guys. Okay. So I think where should we start? Open source community, that's a big question. I think something that I've actually also in the networking break and also during the panels, the conversations I had with attendees from the conference today was a lot also regarding the move to Eclipse. So I think we should take a little bit more time to actually also focus on this first. So maybe Steffen, as you are the co-lead for the identity and trust components with Bertolt, who was already on stage earlier, but also you are the project lead now of the XFSC Eclipse project. Can you maybe explain also a little bit more from your perspective the motivation why we actually now move this funded project to the Eclipse Foundation?
Yeah, I tried. Okay, it works. Also the initial reason is community building, to make it in few words. So that means to establish a community, we need a good foundation for governance and working together. So the Eclipse Foundation was the right choice for that. So therefore we did this move to get the entire community well a kickstart in this perspective.
So something that also came up is why now we are called XFSC in the Eclipse environment. I think that's also a big question also in the last couple of hours that I got aware of. So maybe also to explain it, maybe I'll give it a try. So we actually just, for your clarification, we changed the name. It's exactly the same as GXFS. So all the activities are still run as GXFS. But in the Eclipse Foundation, I think also Boris, you can also add to that, we had to change the name because we had to legally give up the trademark to the Eclipse Foundation. And as GXFS is a name that is not owned by ECO as the project management office for these activities, we had to rename it to actually transfer legally the trademark to the Eclipse Foundation. So that's a legal requirement that we had to process before actually starting our work in the Eclipse Foundation. And I would also like maybe Kai to ask you, as you are not that involved in the XFSC migration itself, but you're actually looking at it also from an outside perspective. Is it confusing for you, or is it something that is making you nervous that is changed?
From my perspective, nothing changed. You did the successful move to the Eclipse Foundation, which was announced for a long, long time, and I think well prepared, absolutely. And how I try to frame it for the community is I always pronounce the name fully. These are the Eclipse Cross-Federation Service Components, XFSC, and maybe from time to time formally known as GXFSDE. But under the hood, it's the same technology, it's the same builders, the growing community, so for me it was straight easy, and I think if enough people know, like you just explained, how it works, it's just perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you. That's also good to know, because I've just squeezed this question in spontaneously to also ask your opinion on that. Maybe Steffen, also coming back to you with the, you're also heavily involved now in the community building. You're actually also running the tech workshop downstairs, so you just jumped up for the 45 minutes we have here on stage. What would you say are your biggest challenges that we have to face with the community now?
Also the biggest challenge is indeed to orchestrate the entire thing. So we have a lot of components which are currently developed, and a lot of components will be popping up in the next days and months, etc. And there is really the challenge to find out what kind of features are important in the future for the community, how to ramp up that, how are the mechanisms to do the correct votings to fulfill the community needs, and how to orchestrate the entire community in this direction to make senseful enhancements and not having conflicts and things like this. So that will be an interesting journey. So, and yeah, I'm excited to see what will happen in the next months together with all of the attendees. So, but it's a very good, yeah, a very good feeling in the workshop. So they are interested in that, what we are doing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to continue with that.
Yeah, me as well. Boris, maybe also from your perspective, from the Eclipse Foundation, of course you're not only managing or supporting the XFSC project, you also have a lot of tons of open source projects in your environment. What would you say, also from your experience, what are the biggest challenges also from other projects when starting an open source project actually in an open environment?
So there are quite a few challenges. One of them is the fact to attract people, so the gravity that we were talking about earlier on. Then the Eclipse Foundation provides all the means, the collaborative tooling and so on, to the developers and to the people to make everything happen in a smooth way. So the challenges are mostly about gravity, attractivity, and once you're there, we provide all the means for the people to just join, participate, and so on. So that's mainly about the, I guess, attractivity of the projects.
Okay, and so maybe also to explain the role of the Eclipse Foundation in the XFSC project environment. How is the Eclipse Foundation supporting, or which are the tasks that will be taken over by the Eclipse Foundation? For example, like the IP checks and everything.
So we are an open source foundation, which means that we provide the means and the framework for open source projects to work. We do not intervene directly into the project's development or inner governance, but we provide the tooling, the governance, the services around that, so marketing, IP and license cleanness, and we also work a lot with organizations, so people who are not so used to work in an open source environment, so we do a lot of education actually.
Okay, thank you. And I think something, especially when also talking to other colleagues or people in the Gaia-X environment, every time I say, okay, we are working now with the Eclipse Foundation, everyone's like, okay, that's great, so they will provide the governance for everything. So I think maybe also to giving you the opportunity to actually comment on this. Would you say that, because I think in the briefing we had before, you said something really interesting. You said, let me quote, and the Eclipse Foundation's goal is not to implement governance, but rather enforce values that impact governance. So the project chooses its governance. Can you maybe explain also a little bit to the audience what you meant by that?
So the Eclipse Foundation enforces some core values, which are openness, which means that everybody can join the project and propose some contribution. Openness is also a criteria for vendor neutrality. So, and that's also about the name of the change of name that we will talk about in a few minutes, I guess. Transparency, so every decision that is made is publicly available. When there are meetings, the minutes have to be publicly available. Everything that actually impacts the project has to be public, so people know what's happening and also how they can intervene and contribute. And the last one is the meritocracy. Excuse me. Which means that you can gain privileged access to the project, which is the group of committers, the core team of the project, by showing a public track record of contributions, meaningful contributions. And so these are the values that we enforce. So basically in our open source projects, there are two groups of people, the contributors, who can be just about anybody and propose contributions to the project, and the committers, who accept or not, or modify or discuss the contributions before they come into the project. And typically, from contributor to committer, you have to show merit. So that means you have made a number of useful, meaningful contributions. You show that you understand the process and what it means in terms of IP, technical characteristic, and so on. And also to enable people to join this group of committers, so they have to get access to how decisions are made and so on. So these are the things we enforce. And then the project can decide, as an example, that they need to have at least 3 reviewers before merging something into the main code, the main code base. So that is totally up to the project. The way that the project organizes their meeting, they build their roadmap and so on, is entirely up to the project.
Okay, so I understood you correctly that it's more that you give like the strategic guidelines, but the projects themselves can decide how to actually be operational in the community work.
And if they get out of bound, we interfere. So typically what can happen, and what's sometimes happen when we work with big organizations that are quite new to open source, is they have a change in their team. And because they're the leader of the team or the developers have changed, they want to change the committers of the open source project. And so basically that means that they will have some new people that come from nowhere being committers. If they try that, we stop the process. So because these people are just welcome to be committers, of course, but they have to show some record of contributions and so on, show that they understand what they're doing. So apart from the cases where it goes out of the Eclipse way, so to speak, we don't intervene, actually.
Okay, that's good. I'm actually really happy that we have the Eclipse Foundation as a partner now. I think it will also contribute to more transparency in the project, because I understand we have a lot of like activities going on in parallel, and sometimes it's also difficult for community members to actually understand where we're standing. But I think if we just organize it in a more transparent way through the Eclipse Foundation, and also like communicating the meeting minutes and everything, I think it will contribute to the whole process. Christina, coming back to you. So, I mean, we have a lot of open source activities going on in the Gaia-X ecosystem. XFSC is just one of many others as well. I remember, and I actually also met some of the people I already met in Bilbao, where we had one of the Gaia-X hackathons. So this is something that was stuck in my mind talking about this. But can you maybe share some insights about like the whole landscape of open source activities in the Gaia-X ecosystem?
Oh, it's a very wild garden, if I can put it like this. In a sense, the Gaia-X open source community is different than what you expect in a well-established foundation, because we don't necessarily host the code. That's one of the prerequisites when you go to an open source foundation. We host some of the code, the one that is produced by Gaia-X, but then all the other initiatives, except for the GXFS ones before the move for XFSC, it's hosted somewhere else. So we're very much reliant on partnerships and on initiatives that start elsewhere but are connected to us. So with that introduction, to give some concrete examples, we have the Ponto 6, that Kai is one of the drivers there, who collaborates with us and collaborated from the very beginning, and is always keeping up to date with what we do and adopting the changes that we do, so thanks for that. That is one of the open source software that you can actually use today. There are a couple of other initiatives that try to do similar stuff with a certain degree of overlap. So I can think of the activity from Fireware that also collaborates with us to synchronize on the technology. EDC, which is another project under Eclipse who has a connection to what we do. And these would be, let's say, the ones that cover most of the technical aspects that we try to solve, but I wouldn't left out a couple of, let's say, smaller projects that focus only on a subset of the components, or they're trying to solve just one part of the overall solution or the overall the stack. So there I would mention maybe WaltID and Spherion, who are focusing on SSI, so on distributed identity. That's just one component when you look at stacks like XSFC or Pontus X, but it's important. The Open Policy Agent or Apache Lucene, we had one of the hackathons that tried to do policy enforcement, so that's another, let's say, big technical part in the whole stack. Now we talk a lot about catalogs. I would mention maybe the GXFS Safar catalog to be one of the catalog in the federated catalogs conversation. So all these are, let's say, smaller parts or very focused parts. I think it's important to mention them, first of all, to acknowledge the effort. And second of all, we do talk a lot about interoperability. And in order to have it, you really have to have multiple implementations of more or less the same thing that can work together or that are interchangeable and work with the other components. So that's a long answer to your question on what other projects are there, and they're all open source.
Okay. Maybe before coming to the topic of interoperability, I think that's also important, especially when talking about open source and actually one vision that we all want to achieve. One maybe question to what you said in the beginning. You said that there's also some code that is coded by Gaia-X.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Because I think there's a lab and an MVG group, so I'm not up to date right now. I think maybe also in the audience some people are not up to date. So who is actually developing when you say Gaia-X has code?
So we have the Gaia-X lab, which are developers, members of Gaia-X Association like myself, who write a small piece of code in the whole part which deals, we can call it now, with the clearinghouse. So the software that the clearinghouses are using is the one coded by our developers. And then that's also open source, that's also, we collaborate with them, we have contributions from people that use the code which are not our developers. So but it's, in terms of size of the code and number of the projects and what it does and the scope of it, it's reduced. If you're familiar with the Gaia-X compliance concept that was discussed more of last year before the clearinghouse concept came around, that's what we do.
Okay, perfect. So
and maybe if I can just add one more thing, it's supposed to be complementary with the software of the XSFC or Pontus X or everything else. So it's not it's a complementary part of the whole software that is supposed to do the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Before putting also Kai into the discussion, also, of course, if you have questions, you can still scan the code and ask your questions. We're happy to address them during the panel. So Kai, as we already heard Pontus X many times, maybe a really quick pitch. What is Pontus X?
A quick pitch, then I would say it's one of the first pan-European ecosystems that has been created by stakeholders from different domains, different countries, different backgrounds to achieve the Gaia-X vision.
And which components or how is this related to open source?
it's the baseline, and it shouldn't be any other way, right? What we learned and what we committed to early on is, please, fully open source. You need to be able to audit the code, or you can't trust it. And open, you need to be able to collaborate and work together on it. So no proprietary stack that you need to trust, but you can make it your own, you can adapt it, you can roll it out. And we find that not only convincing, but imperative. This is the way forward for us.
If I may, Tractor 6 is one of our most successful and most active projects at the Foundation. Congrats.
Yeah, but it's a different stack, Tractor 6 and Ponto 6. But yeah, absolutely remarkable achievement.
So, and where can, if some people are asking, where can you find the open source code that you use for Ponto 6?
Exactly. Like Christina already put out there, it's not just one repository where it's all being collected. We started from, I would not say a competitor, but open repositories on GitHub. We took a lot of software that was already available, as discussed in previous sessions, because we did not want to reinvent the wheel. We wanted to move fast with what is currently available out there. So we took, for example, large parts of the Ocean Protocol stack, because it gives us the functionalities we see in the federated services straight ahead. But also then we integrated what is out there when it comes to SSI components. So we experimented with the Open Policy Agent, Svariant stack, Wall stack, the XFSC stack to give us the identity implementation that was missing. Then we looked for additional ecosystem services. For example, payment. We don't want to invent this. We want to use what is available, what is out there, reuse it and integrate it because it's faster, more efficient, and it gets the communities involved. So, in fact, a lot of things come together in repositories on, for example, our Delta DAO GitHub, but you have to look for specific components where the communities reside in their repositories, where they work together. And it works quite well for us.
Okay. And coming back to the big buzzword of interoperability, also Kai, because I think you also mentioned it really briefly, and as you are also involved not only in Pontos X, but also different other projects in the Gaia-X ecosystem, would you say this much required interoperability is working? Or where do we stand there?
It's not working yet, I would say, to give a very honest answer. But what really drives me is it's on the horizon. It's now getting more and more convergence across the different stacks. We see the baseline of portable identities and semantic interoperability built on the Gaia-X trust framework. So we use that across a multitude of ecosystems already, and that allows us to understand what we are doing to exchange participant credentials, to exchange service credentials, to bring them from one catalog implementation to another. And we see these SSI stacks also converging to give us this interoperability of identities. So integrating with the XFSC, Svariant, Wall stack, and many more. I can't mention them all. So interoperability is on the rise. It's not finally, it's not no longer these silos that we have seen for a long, long time, which can't work together, but this is breaking up now. And I find this really exciting, and I see it on the roadmap for end of this year and beginning of next year. So interoperability is getting real across projects, and that's fantastic.
What's your take on that, Christina?
Caught me off guard a little bit here. I would be a little bit more optimistic than Kai, but only because I look at the things in terms of just the compliance part, so the one that we in the association are focused, and because I see a lot more adoption of the verifiable credentials as a standard way of describing participants and services. At least that part seems to be more advanced in terms of interoperability, because you can take the same document and use it in with multiple stacks, like you said. So whether you call that interoperability or not, I would say yes, but I'm biased in that sense. I would also say that we're heading that way. It's needed. It's been proven that it's wanted. So we're heading that way. And yeah, I would say the first steps are already in place. So we're past the beginning.
Okay, perfect. I saw, Alexa, you're standing, so I figure we have questions from the audience.
Yeah, there was one question coming up during your answer, Kai, and I hope I address it right now. On the long run, will the code remain under Apache 2.0 or at some point may change to EPL? I don't know if you can answer that question.
The code won't change. It will stay under Apache 2 because that's mandated. This is where it's coming from. And then there is the question, what is happening with the code that will be added to it? And that is up to the contributors, to the individual ones. So what kind of license do they attach to it? But that would be my answer. I can't regulate that. It's decentralized. It's up to the developers and the projects committing. There's no central body regulating that. And I envision there will be proprietary code by several parties as we have it today everywhere in the ecosystem. But for the existing code base that is open for everybody, no, that won't change.
In your opinion, one other technical question, how does EDC, so the data connector we talked about earlier as well, fit into Gaia-X world? What's the relation with GXFS?
Okay, I can take that one. They have, in some sense, similar objective to create data spaces and to create interoperability there. The focus, I think, at the beginning for them was just on the data exchange and have data connectors. But in the, let's say, more recent, maybe last year or so, they have more than that. So including some identity-related software. To be honest, I wouldn't know the details. But yeah, for sure the identity and the data exchange overlap.
All right, and I have one last very general question. I don't know, Emma, if you have more takes on this topic.
I'm not sure, maybe also, I think it would be also interesting, Stefan, to get also because you're more involved, and I think the EDC was also a topic in one of our last workshops as well, so there's actually some synergies going on, some discussions to talk about it, and of course both of them are now hosted or have their home found in the Eclipse Foundation. But also, Stefan, is there any, also maybe because you also talk a lot to the community, the XFSE community, is this something that is wanted out there?
As it was all the time a big question how fits the EDC Connect on the landscape. That is definitely a big question mark, but I focused that in general under interoperability. So because we have a lot of interoperability topics with credentials, with connectors, etc. And out of a lot of discussions from other directions, there's also the question why EDC? That to be honest, there are other connectors out there, so that was also a question, why EDC, not a different connector type? That is a longer discussion, what we have definitely to do, and this is for me as well an interoperability topic, what is a little bit prioritized behind the credential topic, because we must be ensured that the entire federations are Gaia-X compliant, and that we have a lot of interoperability between the credentials and all that stuff, and then is EDC the next construction yard, so to speak.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you need any connector, of course you need it also to actually set up your data-driven ecosystems, but of course EDC is just one option. I think it's up to you guys to assess and see what fits in your solutions. Alexa.
That leads me to the last question, which has a wider range, I'd say. But it's a question that some of you may have in mind for a long time. What is the minimal mandatory set of components to form a Gaia-X compliant data space of federation? And is there ready-to-use software for all, and where to find them? So that's the very general question. I think you might have a take on that one, every one of you.
Happy to go first, boldly. So what's the minimal stack you need for a Gaia-X compliant service? Okay, then you just need a space to park your Gaia-X compliant service credential and your identity. So that's really easy. You can just do it through web hosting. And of course, you need your application that you actually want to offer to the community. So that said, you don't need a lot of components. It really depends on the ecosystem functionalities you want to use. And every project is well advised to make that selection. This is why we started a lot of working with component landscapes where all the different stacks and their ecosystem functionalities are put on a map, and then you come with your use case or business case and you select, ticking the boxes, what you really need. Because in many cases you don't need everything. You don't need to overcomplicate it. It can just be a quick and easy implementation with the right people helping you. You don't need the full stack. That would be my answer. Don't overcomplicate it.
But maybe also, again, Steffen, I'm coming back to you. Looking at the XFSC toolbox, what would you say, what are like the components that people should focus on?
Yeah, that's a very complicated question indeed. So I would say you need just a self-description, a compliance credential, and that's it. But at the end of the day, you want to offer something. So that means you need at minimum a trust component. So in the future, I would say just install the train concept, implement the train concept, and you are ready to go. For now, you need a little bit more. You need some OCM, some credential managers to establish the trust. But yeah, you can also, depending on the use case, go much simpler, as Kai described already. So in the future, when you want to have the minimum set, you need self-descriptions, you need the train concept, you need in the end the compliance credential, and the rest is depending on the use case. So it's not that big magic, but depending on the use case, it got very quickly complicated, and yeah, it depends on what you want to reach at the end of the day. So, but the components are always a good start, so please have a look into it.
And maybe adding to that, that's actually also a discussion that we currently have in our project. So right now we are also going, in the next weeks, are going to prioritize the components and actually make sure that we have like a minimal viable component stack that can also be deployed easily. So this is something that we are currently also working on, and yeah, that you can look forward to. So maybe first, staying at the XFSC tool stack, Steffen, also addressing you, what would you now say, because now we talked about more the strategic side of the move and how important open source is, but when we really talk about actual development, as I already said in the first panel that I was moderating, right now we have some tender out there that people can apply, and where the second implementation phase is targeted. But of course, the community will still work in parallel. So it's not going to be a freeze now for 4 months when the other partners are implementing. So as you are also with Christina together, the XFSC project leads, of course, it doesn't mean that you have more power than others in the Eclipse Foundation, I learned. But what would you say in your role and also in your contributions and active role in the community, what would you say are, when we talk about actual development, what are the next steps for the next month?
So the next steps are really to ensure the interoperability, as I mentioned before. So the most of the specs are going in the direction of interoperability, W3C compliance, IP.0 components, as a protocols to establish and standard protocol stack between all the federations. And I think the way forward is simply to ensure as well, together with the Gaia-X Association, the specifications around that the interoperability is simply given in the future. So Kai mentioned it already, we are almost there. It's on the horizon. There here and there some spec changes necessary, and then everything is fine. And then we go ahead with some new features driven by the community, like, for example, the content management, what was requested, and some capabilities around special use cases, like, for example, cloud PCM or special PCM enhancements and things like that. And when we have this in place, then we will focus a little bit in the direction of the ID wallet, which is upcoming with new protocols that is already incorporated in the specs, that we are compatible with that upcoming projects as well. And when we have that, then I think we have a very good basement to make the entire thing bigger together with the community. So that would be the next step from the developments.
And I think what I also understood in the discussions of the last weeks is that, of course, that's something that was also requested by the community. is that we also actually then have a release plan and everything that is also surrounded with like a open source project as well. So this is also some activities that we are targeting. Maybe Christina and also then maybe Boris, also maybe you can add to Christina's statements, but I think something that's interesting for me, because Christina, you are involved in open source activities already for a long time, even before Gaia-X was founded. What would you say, with your experience in mind, what would you say is the maturity level of the open source mindset in the Gaia-X community? So how do you envision like the perfect open source community, and where do we stand with Gaia-X?
Okay, so I'm going to be a little bit rough here. If I would be willing to go from one, which is open source is code on the internet, to, you know my pain, to let's say 5, which is a thriving open source community, I would say we're kind of 2.5. So past the first point, because there was a lot of support from Eclipse when it comes to governance, and I love your handbook. If you need some guidance into any question about open source, just go to the Eclipse handbook. We're past that point where just misconception about open source is code on the internet. We have this move with Eclipse where a lot of people had to get out of that into, okay, what does governance mean? But I think we still have some way to go into the next step, where you build a thriving community, and although developers will hate me, we need documentation. We need a lot of documentation specific for the project, so that when you get a newcomer joining, they can answer the questions that they have themselves the same way we use the handbook now for general open source. But for the project itself, would be, okay, I'm interested in, let's say, identity, which are the components, and then you can answer your question yourself. You don't need to go and book time with somebody to explain it to you. So that would be, let's say, the next step that I would focus on. And then you have the release that you mentioned, to also be able to answer the question, what's next? That's basically it. And then you get, let's say that would be step 3. And then you get it running and you get it growing, and then it's a de facto standard.
Okay, I mean, the positive thing is that we have some room for improvement. So we have some things to think ahead. Boris, because I mean, you're not that heavily involved in Gaia-X itself, but you rather have a different perspective on things. And now also we heard that, of course, XFSC is not the only project that you're hosting within the Gaia-X. What's your take, like, from your experience as an outside like your perspective, in your outside perspective, what's your take? What do you think? How far are we with Gaia-X in terms of open source? Or where would you see also as Eclipse Foundation more improvements?
So the first thing, it's quite big and complex, so I guess that some parts are more mature than others. Some projects are already thriving, so there are some good maturity at some point, and there is some room for improvements elsewhere. As for XFSC, the project is new, so we will see. I think everything is prepared for a good setup, so should be okay. And then regarding the awareness, well, it really depends on the companies and the projects. Generally speaking, have a look at the handbook. Thank you. We are here to help. So if you have any question, just reach out. At the Eclipse Foundation, there are a bunch of people who can answer questions, who can provide some form of, having a call, a quick presentation of the principles of open source or anything else. So just reach out and we will help with awareness and so on. But there might be some room for improvement, that's true, yeah.
And maybe before we go into the closing statements, I think to end this on a positive note, Kai, as you have been involved in in the Gaia-X activities from the beginning. I think you were actually, I believe so, the first member of the community within Gaia-X. What would you say, looking back to, how many years has it been now? 3, 4 years? 4 years. What would you say were your biggest achievements in terms of community building, or what are your main highlights that you also want to point out here?
First of all, I would like to say, not the first community member. There have been others, and they are well remembered. To give some honorable mention, for example, to Marius Feldman, Cloud and Heat team, who kickstarted all that and took that up as an open working group for everybody. So thanks to you all for spearheading this. And I think in this room there are quite some people who have been there before me. And I really like that you stuck with it, right? And you created and you build on and on. So what are the most remarkable achievements I have witnessed in, I would say, my 2 years in Gaia-X? When we started early, it was specifications, and it was a lot of specifications, right? It was not like I read that and now I understand Gaia-X. But from there, everything evolved at a rapid pace. We have seen open ecosystems. We have seen working software. We have seen the trust framework. This year, we've seen first production transactions, including real monetary transfers. We have seen pan-European ecosystems spawning with nodes in every country, actors from different industries and domains working together now, working on the same standards. And we see this all growing by the hard work of European institutions and citizens jumping in, and they do it because they think it's really necessary and it's an advantage, and it will also help our business to flourish and become more competitive. And this being realized, is just amazing to see. These inspiring, highly engaged people now creating real ecosystems that are up and running. Not everything is in production. Not everything has the right TRL yet. But it's absolutely conceivable that it's not the technology that is stopping us anymore. I think that hasn't been clear to everybody like 2 years ago, because the technology is there. Now it's just a topic of collaboration and bringing the right people together. And that happens every day in this community. People who have never talked to each other and working exactly on the same topics now talk to each other. And they solve problems with the technology that is available today. And this is accelerating. And this is, I think, one of the largest achievements that we had so far. So I would say from the beginning, where we have been a little bit intimidated because we are walking among giants who have been there before us, and maybe they are not stepping carefully. We now have a functional ecosystem with small players, large players, creating something bigger for the benefit of everyone. And I love that vision.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we have only 30 seconds on our clock, so let's move forward with the closing statements. I think I would like to, and also for the audience, to hear maybe what, in your perspective also, in your roles in the whole Gaia-X ecosystem, where would you say do you want the community to be when we meet in 1 year again? Maybe Stefan, we start with you.
So when we meet in 1 year again, I would like to see data spaces out of the box. I hope that is possible in this year. I think so. As Kai said, we have the technology basement. We work together. I think this is possible. So, and I'm looking forward to see that. So,
thank you. Kai.
Production. In production, generating business value and value for society.
Okay, Boris.
Growing the community with a lot of external contributors and committers coming in.
That's a good goal. Christina.
Okay, I'm gonna build on the two of you, and I would like to say to see it easy for newcomers, easy for smaller players, for SMEs to get value out of what we're building.
That's a good closing statement. I thank you all for your attention, and thank you for joining me on stage. I will hand over to Alexa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. You can leave the stage now. Yes, thank you. It is, what I took from this panel is that it's not hard to build a Gaia-X-based data space. It's just hard to find the right questions to the answers you want to achieve, actually. But I think Gaia-X Federation Services will help. There's always someone working on something, is my impression, that came up here by the questions. So, but let's see what the community, what the audience, what you think about this day. And I'd like to invite Andreas Weiss on stage again. Give him a hand, Andreas. I suppose you listened closely to what has been said here on stage, and you looked into the workshop as well. So what do you take from this day, first of all?
Yeah, first of all, I think for some of you, today's session were kind of roller coaster journey. We started on a very high level where we talked about objectives, and then we went into this deep valley of technical interoperability, tried to showcase some hands-on samples, and then flow around to some future outlooks. But I think it is important, and intentionally we said, this is not a Gaia-X session, this is GXFS session. So it was our idea to bring you the practical things out of this community work closer. And we don't discuss the pros and cons of Gaia-X. We discuss how to move forward jointly. And today we see this diversity of opinions. We see the guys who are in the hackathon room with all the hot brains there. And I think we need to get closer together on these topics. And so to some extent you need this different views from different actors, and all of them are of relevance to bring this initiative forward. So this is my finding here.
Yeah, we had a lot of experiences shared here on stage. We had the pitches where we went deeper into use cases. That was really interesting as well. Were there some moments or quotes you remember of today's program? What do you keep in mind?
Well, I don't want to highlight special sentences. I think when we just look at the final statements here, this is really the way to go. So have a goal, consider what is realistic within 1 year, where do you want to be, and then do everything to get there, and try to be focused on what you're doing, and keep open-minded to other ideas, but don't let you stop on this journey. And when we talked about this change of culture, especially for large enterprises, how to collaborate in the future, and why do we think we need open source at least at the baseline, where we have a common understanding, all these standards and the interoperability. And then it's very clear that some companies will build on this with closed source, and I think this is fair enough, because then we are talking about intellectual property, and any of the companies must protect their assets, and but we need this balancing between an open and transparent core layer, and then evolve from there, and you can do anything in this direction, but at least be committed to provide your feedback, to give the community something back for this initiation.
That's what I will keep in mind, the mindset change that we mentioned at the beginning, that Arjan pointed out in his pitch as well. And I remember the word to square the circle. That's actually, Thomas, you said that in German, I looked it up. To square the circle, that's what we are doing right now. We should keep that in mind by doing it, but we achieved a lot already, and that should be kept in mind as well. So if you, and I ask the audience as well, to summarize the day, if you have any feedback, please be welcome to put it into Slido. We don't put it out there, it's completely anonymous. You can just add text to it and give us some feedback back from the community to the stage. Andreas, last question. Taking into account today, what are you now looking for tomorrow?
Before we have tomorrow, we have our networking event. And I think this is my highlight of today, that we are coming together here, that we talked what we have learned today and what we would like to discuss tomorrow. So this is the most important part here. And of course, then we are going to start again with some strategies, how to evolve it. Then we have this governance pitch, as I mentioned, and I think our opening panel already indicated there's also room for clarification. So in this sense, let's go into these areas, and then my next highlight will be what has happened in these downstairs rooms when we get a summary of, are we now at a level where the community is capable to uptake what we prepared? Where do we need to improve ourselves? I heard today documentation is key to engage people instead of individual education. We need to be as transparent and as helpful that people can serve themselves and do some self-learning exercises. So everything what we take from today and tomorrow, this is our feedback to improve the work for the next couple of months.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious to hear about the tech workshop tomorrow as well. So, at the beginning of the day, you didn't want to point out your favorite slot on the program. I knew it is the networking evening, and that's why we are going into it right now. We all wish you a joy and fruitful networking evening. Be our guest, or to be precise, be the guest of Plus Server and Ionos. Enjoy food and drinks in St. Elizabeth in the church next door. We are starting what we call Gaia-X Roadshow at 6 p.m. So you have a few minutes left to refresh yourself. And we expect you back here at 9:45 tomorrow morning, so don't exaggerate. Or just don't, yes, do exaggerate, no problem. Enjoy the evening. See you tomorrow.